start this program with an opening prayer to be led by Michael Amaris.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Amen.
Amen.
Let us put ourselves before the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Heavenly Father, we praise and thank you for this wonderful day you have given to us. Thank you for the life we share today, the companionship and the fellowship we all have together. As we hold this first day of this activity, we invite your Holy Spirit to be among us, mind, in heart, and in spirit. Let your Holy Spirit be present in every corner of this place and shower us with your abundant blessings of love and righteousness. Bless all the speakers as they impart to us the knowledge and wisdom that we believe all comes from you. Open the hearts and minds of all the participants to receive with positive attitude the gifts of information and encouragement brought before us by your anointed speakers. We commit to you, Lord, the rest of the day and tomorrow as we become better persons, more than worthy to serve you and be a channel of blessings to other people. This we all pray in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
All right, so everybody, you can now sit down. All right, so good morning, everyone. Can you tell the person next to you, good morning?
Good morning.
Good morning. And finally, the time has come. So who among you here has waited for this day to happen? Can you raise your hand? All right, so we only have, so I believe that all of us are expecting for this time that we are gathering here in the grand launch of the Jumpstart Your Freelance Accounting Career Community, a community for all future and present freelancers and as well as agency owners. Ayan. So right now, let me put it there, Mike. Okay. So we also would like to acknowledge our online viewers who are streaming us today. So thank you so much for tuning in. So make sure that you stay online up until the end of the day one. Ayan, and I just want to also ask our physical attendees, how are you doing today? So let me roam around. So ayan, so Sir Frank, how are you doing today?
Okay.
All right. How about you, po?
Feeling good, expectant.
Okay, expectant. Yes, that should be the term, that should be the word that we have for today, that we should be expecting for great things to happen because great things happen when you show up. So can you congratulate the person next to you and say congratulations dahil andito ka. That you showed up already indicates that you are a winner. Do you agree with me? Ayan. And of course, make sure that you also share these moments on your social media account and make sure to use our official hashtag Grand Launch PH24. Again, that's Grand Launch PH24. Yeah. So right now, who among you here are excited for our upcoming speakers? Do you know that for the span of 2 days, we have 6 power speakers? Ayan. So are you all excited to learn from the 6 power speakers? Ayan. Where's the energy, guys? All right. So make it louder. So we have, of course, the founder and CEO of Bedrock Business Builders, Joe DeChara. And all the way from Orange County, California, we have an award-winning entrepreneur, author, and hotelier, Larry Broughton. And we will also have the CEO of Uncap Digital and one of the top Filipinos to follow on LinkedIn, Cap Hernandez. And we will also have the founder and the owner of Accounting People, Coach Yanyan Labonete, and as well as the founder of and owner of Outsourced Prime Accountants and Bookkeepers, Sir Jonathan Ruiz. And lastly, we'll also have the founder and CEO of Great Deals E-Commerce Corporation, Entrepreneur of the Year, and part of the top 100 Filipinos to follow on LinkedIn, Steve C. So make sure that you stick around because in the next 2 days, it's going to be an empowering and jam-packed full of knowledge and wisdom that will be imparted to all of us. So by the way, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Honey Bell. You can call me Bell for short. On Facebook, I go by the name Honey G. My complete name is Honey Bell. So yeah, so sometimes I'm Honey, sometimes I'm Bell, but I prefer Bell because it's shorter. Ayan, okay. So yes, of course, we have unlimited coffee. So we want to make sure that your energy is up, all throughout the event. So you can grab your coffee at the back during our coffee time or break time. And ayan. Okay, so right now, I would like to call on someone, okay? I'm gonna call like three people from from our group, and I will be asking you, sino yung mga na-meet mo today? Tapos ano yung goal nila, ba't andito sila, okay? Just to make sure that you're doing your assignment, ayan. Okay, so, alright, si Christine, okay, can you come here in front, Christine? Ayan, so, introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and mention at least three people that you've met today and what is their why or goal.
Um, my name is Christine. I'm from Baguio City. So, I have Miss Beck, Miss Chu, Miss Ruth. So their kanilang their goal is to learn.
To learn, okay. How about you? What's your goal?
My goal is also to learn and to put up my own accounting agent.
All right. Okay, thank you, Christine. Can you imagine she came all the way from Baguio? Ayan, that's how dedicated she is. Ayan, okay, so let me call someone here. Okay. Ayan, so let's have April. April, can you come here in front? So share the three people that you've met and what is their goal for today.
Christine, hi, it's Donna. Most people out here is really to learn. For me, it's more on interaction, face to face with everyone since lahat tayo online na lang nagkikita. And it's the connection really for the collaboration.
Ayan. Thank you, April. Okay. So, yeah, I will pick someone from the back. Okay. Yes, Josie. Ayan. Okay, sige. Introduce the three people that you've met today. What are their goals? And also yours.
Sa tagal ng parang dinagdag ko ng kasi namabas yung two of them are from Bedrock. Yung Bedrock, itinarget ko, di ba? Kasi doon ako papunta sa susunod na leg ng studies dito. I want to venture more on taxation. Local, alam ko, pero I want to study more on the US taxation. Enrolling. Yun lang. And thank you for everyone who's attending today's event. Yun lang po.
Ayan, okay, so I would like to call on one more person. Sir Michael.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Morris from CP, CPA Public Commissioner. I happen to meet Sir Israel, si Ma'am Tess, and again, we have Sir Frank. I think that we all came here to explore opportunities to expand our horizons, especially the international market. Thank you, and God bless all of us.
Okay, ayan. And of course, last na lang, si Joe. Joe, can you recap the three people, new people you have met today and what was their goal? What's their goal?
Well, okay, so I met Sir Frank, and I think he's here. Josie, to learn, April to learn. I met a lot of other people, just.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Joe. So now that you know your goals, okay, now that you know the reason why you're here, make sure that you stick to your why. Okay. So make sure that you are, giving yourself fully, attentively in every discussion and every interactive workshop. And there's a lot of things that you can look forward into our event today. So make sure that you stick around. And for us to officially welcome in this event, I would like to call on the CEO and the founder of Bedrock Business Builders, Joe DeCharo, for his welcome speech.
Welcome, everybody. I have to thank God for this perfect moment in time. My team, okay, the ones that are here, Janine, Luz, Belle, Dan, Rona, Grace, Mariko, Agnes, and Myrna. I think I got you all. The ones that aren't here, Erin, Ellen, Eileen, Catherine, JR, and Jasmine. Without them, none of this would be possible. This has been, yes, let's give them all a round of applause. Especially Janine, Belle, and Luz for stepping out of their comfort zone always, going above and beyond, always being there. Thank you. Thank you all. I want to thank, obviously, Coach Yan Yan and Larry, because they are directly responsible for this. Okay, and when I speak today and tomorrow, I'll go into more details. Obviously, I want to thank the speakers. Sir Joe, I know. Coach Yan Yan, I know. Larry, I know. The other two, I've never met, and I'm really looking forward to meeting them. I want to ask you all a question. I know Belle just stole some of my thunder, but who flew here? Anyone fly here? Okay, can you come up again? So what possessed you to fly all the way here?
Because I'm really committed to my goals. So whatever it takes, I will be here.
That's all. What's your goal?
My goal is to create my own accounting agency with international clients.
I love it. Thank you, Christine. Who drove from out of town? Michael, you drove here? You flew. Come on up. Again. So I met Michael, a couple of months ago?
Yes. In Usami City.
Right. And him and Belle and their whole congregation treated me like a king. So if you ever want to visit their church, I highly recommend everything, because everything comes with a big meal. So why are you here?
Well, actually, the idea was introduced to me by Hannibal and some of the members of the church long before. By the way, just to give you an idea, I'm a CPA public practitioner for the past 20 years, handling more than 300 clients all over the Philippines. So I've noticed that in the past 20 years, it seems that the practice of accounting profession and tax in the Philippines is really getting harsh this time because of the globalization that our country is undergoing right now, and of course the huge amount of tax collection that needs to be achieved by the Bureau. So it is adding so much pressure on our part as tax practitioners. So I decided to redirect myself to open opportunities, expand horizons in the international market, and probably little by little get rid of the domestic market. It's so discouraging because I've been serving the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants for more than 20 years, and then it seems that our profession has become less meaningful in the Philippines. So I'm trying to explore what's going to be the challenges in the international market. Hopefully, I will be able to achieve my purpose.
Thank you. Thank you for attending. I look forward to the next 2 days with all of you. Michael and I actually have the same exact story. Okay, and I'll talk to you about that when I get my chance to speak. But my job right now is to welcome you all. And I'll tell you what our goal is, Team Bedrock, and that's to empower you, give you knowledge, and I think most of all to inspire you to take action and, like Christine said, to achieve your goals. I want to thank you all for attending. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. And like I always like to say, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Joe, for that, short yet heartwarming speech. Mama, you here is ready for our first speaking engagement for today. Can you raise your hand? Ayan, okay, so do you already have your pen and your paper? Okay, so make sure that you take note because history makers are note takers, okay? And our brain can only handle so much. And of course, for our online viewers, make sure that you stay tuned. Make sure that you also have your pen and paper with you, and of course, an attentive mind and an open heart. Ayan. So it is my distinct honor to introduce our first speaker for today. So she is a true powerhouse in the world of freelance accounting and business coaching. So she is not a CEO. All right. So she's the driving force behind Taskwise BD Consultancy Incorporated, revolutionizing the landscape of virtual assistant and freelance coaching. So she also led and founded accounting people going away from Lady Jan. Okay. All right. So she led and founded the accounting people, which aims to help people in the accounting field start their own financing journey. So please help me welcome with a big round of applause, Coach Yaya.
So good morning, everyone. But before that, can you do me a favor? Can you tap the shoulder of your right person in you? But in Tagalog. Good thing you take a bath today. Then go to your left. Talaga ba? Alright? So, yan. Konting paano lang. Nakuha ko lang kay Francis kung yung last time. The topic that I'm going to talk about today, this is not something new. I've been doing this topic since I started. How to attract clients. But this time, I want to focus, I will share with you on being an agency owner. So, congratulations for those people who are here. Because since last week, I've been thinking about what can I offer different this time, not as a freelancer, but of course, we want you to be more because you deserve more. So today I'll share with you some of my learnings on how to get clients and the secret sauce on consistently getting clients, because it's not enough that you only get clients, right? So I'm giving you 5 tips. Again, this is the topic that I discussed last time, but I will share it with you today. Okay? So, of course, I'm the CEO of Taskwise VA Consultancy, which is I started August 2021. And then, but after that, it's not that successful. It's like a trial and error. But I know for myself, that's every time I have an interview, I think Joe asked me this question when I resigned. When I interview, what is your goal 5 years from now? So I always really answered very straightforward. 2 things. I want to be accounting manager in your company, or I do have an accounting firm 5 years from now. So that vision is very clear. So I, just like Christine said, it's just a matter of commitment to yourself. What is your clear goals? Okay, so now, of course, I'm leading the FB group community with 19,501, I think, turning to 20,000, of course. But of course, I want also, just like Joe, I want also to vouch and thank to the admin, because without the support from admin and coaches, this community will not grow. And then I have now 960 plus mentees from Accounting People's Elite. So I created again a new community where I focus on how to start your freelancing career. And now I call myself an awesome mom, of course, and soon fitness instructor. You want that? I will launch a course regarding fitness and what is my journey. I'll share with you how gym is totally different from, working. It's sure. It's $5,000 per year. Oh. Anyway, so my topic for today is, of course, nurturing client relation. One of the topic, of course, of getting client is the basic, which is I've learned this one when I was in insurance company. And this thing is the really secret of getting clients unlimited. So understanding client relationship for success. So if you can see, this is just coming from an AI thing, but just for the sake of the standard topic, I will just share with you based on my experience. Before, when I started insurance company, I'm having a hard time to convince people to get insurance. So that I've learned that every day, getting client is always there. Client is everywhere. It's just a matter of you have to really intentionally check one person. Every time they ask question, you have to answer. And then I have a tip for you. Do you have Facebook, right? So in the Facebook, there's a story. Why not every day you just have to tap heart on the story of your friend and create an intentional conversation with them? How cute is Pi? How cute is your dog? How cute is your panda? So from there, you can create, even though they didn't reply, at least you create one activity towards your goal. Is that easy? For those introvert and for those people who's not used to talk, it's easy because you just have to heart, and then from there, you can create a good relationship. Okay? And of course, when you get clients, after you have get your clients, of course, you have to understand clients' needs and expectation. This is also lesson I've learned. I will share with you also the lesson I've learned. Because when you ask me how many clients did Miss Yan Yan already had since she started, actually, I cannot count anymore. But based on my, what do you call that one? Tagalog, yung tansya, nasa 80 to 100 clients since I started. If I will count that, because I have a tracker before. But what happened is, I realized that every time you get a client, you had to really set an expectation when you have an interview or even getting clients if you're an accounting firm. So what is my tip to you every time you will have someone who's interested in your service? Don't discuss immediately the prices. You have to ask first question. You have to know, this one I've learned, you have to ask their operation first before their accounting. So you have to learn what's the process of their sales, the invoice, how's the payroll, what is the software that they're using, how's your people. From then on, you can ask them and you can tailor fit your proposal to them. Okay? Next is researching potential client effectively to align services. So this one now, I've been trying this one on LinkedIn. Next week, I'll talk about in Virtual Talk the power of LinkedIn. Most of my collaboration on accounting peoples and even my client right now from Canada, I get from LinkedIn. So I'll share with you how I do the proposal, and even we didn't get a chance to have a Zoom. He signed the proposal without the Zoom. He just agreed with my proposal. So I will tell you the secret. How come from just chatting on LinkedIn, able to deliver even in writing, and then he signed, and then next week, one of the accounting peoples will be onboarded in Canada. And the time zone is 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. So I'll share with you what's the tips on that. Because for soon you will have an agency, and that's really the problem that I'm missing or lacking when I have an agency. Okay. And this is, yeah, I'll share to you how I craft my proposal to that person. This is just the writing, but I want to share to you the real scenario and my experience. So I post before, we do have a Canadian course. And then one of the client from LinkedIn, he said, "Are you serving Canada? I need a bookkeeper that have a 5 years experience in Canada." And then we have a discussion last February, and the rate that he offer is $5 to $6. Because he said, I saw it on online jobs. And I said to him, okay, just stick to online jobs. And then he come back last March. Maybe he's seeing our post regarding Canadian. And he said, I'm okay with that, with your rate. Let's go. So what do I mean on that? Meaning, as an agency owner, you have also, of course, we do have a cost to cover our expenses and profit. So I gave the rate, my happy rate, and then he agreed. So what did I do on that conversation? So I said to him, what is your timeline on getting a people on this position? He said, 2nd week of May or 3rd week. And then what I did, this is the secret. You have to look for a perfect person, hiring person to do that for you. Because an accountant, my weaknesses is eye on people. So I have, Coach A knows this, and my partner JC, because sometimes I have a decision that based on the heart, not based on what business is all about. This is the one thing that I can share with you. Because sometimes we're too emotional, you're very naaawa, na sige, bigyan ng job, but this is business. So you have to look for good people, and you have to build a good relationship with the client. So now I have a hiring manager, and what she did, she put a timeline, a really detailed timeline, 1 to 7 days, I will get a good candidate. In written, it's very good written proposal. And then we send to the client, and then the client said, go. And then I send the engagement letter. The next day, I follow up. That's a secret. After you send the proposal, 2 to 3 days, you follow up. And then he signed last 2 days ago. And then I told to him, where do you want to see the candidate? Next Wednesday. But I will give him the best candidates coming from the community. So then, and then I realized we set another proposal, setting a half payment. This is also something that I've learned, and you should learn. If you're a business owner and agency owner, learn from our experience. So normally we just work and let the client pay after a month, which is not good. The payment should come to the client. And then he's a CPA from Canada, so I really vouch on his signature. So he agreed with the half payment, because that payment will be used payment to the candidate, right? Not coming from me. So that's the tip that I can share to you. Make sense? Lesson learned from my experience. So that's a good, and then we send a good proposal. That's the key. That hiring manager is my lacking people. So now we're good to go next week, and she will start next week as a first Canadian accountant coming from the community and coming from TaskWise. Okay, are you learning? Ang hirap mag-English. Okay. Effective communication strategy. So this one, again, as an accountant, the struggle that we're having is, written. Me, myself, I'm admitted I'm not good in grammar. Joe knows that. You're not good in grammar. Yeah, very true. He's so frank when we said, use ChatGPT where you're talking to me. So I'm use ChatGPT and then translate and send it to Joe every time we're chatting on WhatsApp. But effective communication doesn't mean, again, good in English. It's just you're very, very clear on what you really wanted to your company, to your vision. I'm holding into vision that one day TaskWise will be known. Of course, a good agency. Good thing now, and TaskWise, we're now conquering the VA agency. We do have now, even I got a client from LinkedIn. She's willing to pay me $15 per hour for profile optimization of her LinkedIn. So meaning there's always an opportunity for us. You just have to really communicate your services. What is the value that you can give to her or to the people? But again, the tip is the thing that you will offer is something that you have. Right? Am I right? So LinkedIn is now one of the market that I'm targeting. How to really optimize and get client from LinkedIn without paying ads. It's just an organic reach. And even the coaches from Canadian course coming from LinkedIn. I have one people in Elite onboarded on Canada coming from LinkedIn. So you really have to maximize LinkedIn. So do you understand the effective communication? Later, we could have a question and answer. Again, this is one, showcasing expertise and credibility to build trust with clients. So again, good LinkedIn is a good space for building your credibility. Because in LinkedIn, there's a 1 billion users, 3 million Filipinos on LinkedIn. And again, I'm so proud to say that out of 3 million, I am number 17 top 100 Filipinos on LinkedIn. But this is not overnight. Again, it took me 2 years to have this kind of recognition. But I told this to my talk last week. That recognition is not all about me. That recognition is being made because of the community that I make. The community vouch my contribution. So that's why leadership, ano may sinabi ko? Leadership should be you, but it's not all about you. Again, the people around you is really, you're just leading the people, but this is not all about you. It's the people behind you. Okay, so next is, so they have to build credibility, because if you have a credibility, actually last night we're talking about this with Hani, you do need a social proof, because the human nature always, if you have a certificate, you have a medal, you're good. Am I right? Without thinking what's the credentials of the person. As long as you see trophy, award, she's good. She's really good, right? So it's already closed deal if you have those kind. So how do you really build the social proof? Again, the basic, the one that I shared to you earlier, you have to build a good relationship to all the people around you. A genuine relationship with them. Okay, overcoming common client objection and hesitation. So if you build your agency, because we're in the Philippines, and the most problem that we're getting every time we will have an agency is how we will do the communications, the confidentiality, because all of the information of the client, especially in US, they will send their passport, their numbers, SSN numbers. And the last is, of course, the pricing. Last night, I was also talking to one of the client on LinkedIn, prospect client. He wants to collaborate. And he said, you should not charge this low. You should know how much. Do you know how much? Can I share how much here you can charge? You can charge as high as 2,250 per client if you really know your services. So do the math. You know what I mean? Do the math. We're an accountant. So if you outsource, if you can charge, you can give 1,000 to the accountant, you're good. So how come you can charge that much? He said, you really have a system, onboarding, deliverables, and a good client. If the client doesn't say to your price, that's not your good client. So what is your task? Look for your right client. You're getting it? Are you getting it?
Yes.
So, bali-baliktad yung English ko, di ba? Sige. Basta intindihan nyo na yon. Okay. Negotiating pricing and terms for mutually benefit agreement. So, again, this is the one I'm talking about. The Canadian client that I get, we do have a negotiation, but at the end of the day, based on the proposal that I send, this is valuable. It can save time to the client doing the hiring process. Joe knows that if there's an application, over 100 application every time we have a job post. So it's really a heartache to our head to choose for the right candidate. That's why we hire people, good people that we will do it for us. So that's really the key. Okay. So, and then you can negotiate now. And after that, even though I said already the proposal, I said another counter proposals saying you can give me half payment for onboarding these people. Okay. Next. Yeah, establishing long-term client relationship through exceptional services. So this one is not related. Maybe I will just share with you the relationship with Joe, because as I mentioned, I want you to realize that I resigned on Bedrock February 14th. It's Valentine. I broke the heart of Joe saying I'm leaving Bedrock. But it means that sometimes even you really love the company or the person, it doesn't say it's end of the world. It's just a matter of I really want a long-term relationship. Sometimes a lot of people coming from this ganyan yung tax account. Actually, I have last night. I have to review the every message. Meaning, if I can do the tax accounting and I have a client, but I didn't know the tax accountant, although I've enrolled, but it's not my expertise. So I will vouch another people to do that for her. So her salary is higher, and then most probably that tax accountant can charge this much. So from here, who is the tax accountant so I can vouch? Who's waiting to be referred by Ms. Kenya? So tell me, okay, out there. See? So do you see my point? Did you get my point? So you have to really be on the community where the sales is coming. So you don't want to go to LinkedIn online jobs. It's here. People decide the people here. So just have to really maximize and be visible. Number 3 is, what is the problem of the business owner of Freelance? Who is your next customer? Do you know who is your next customer? Right? That's the problem, right? Every time you wake up in the morning, who is my next customer? So now, if you really have this marketing arm, agent coming from the community, from the Jumpstart, from the accounting people, or whatever group, you have a good marketing team. So your next customer will be the people beside you, the people in the community. Did you get it? Are you learning? Yeah, raise hand if you're learning. So number 4. Am I 13 minutes? Number 4. This is very hard. Maybe the orange are okay. Trust and light. People don't want to work with people they don't love and trust. Am I right? So how do you build the trust and light? Again, back to basic fundamentals. Now the people are here. I trust now and I like. Congratulations to you because you gain my trust. So I can refer to you to your next client. Okay? Can you follow the beginning? Are you learning? You want to learn? Yes. Last but not the least, again, this is the most problem of the business owner. What is this? Can you guess? Sir Joe, I don't know. Freelancer or business owner is lonely. Tama ba? If you're a business owner and a freelancer, the journey is very lonely. They didn't know our hard ways, the projection. And even if you're a business owner, the next payroll, the next client, the next good people will not be. It is very lonely. Very, very low. Mukha lang akong sex. Pero, what do I mean by that? So, you really need this kind of community, really understand your situation, and you can, I'm losing light, I don't have the 30 days BTC option. So those problems you can have in the same community. So I hope you're learning in these ideas that I shared is something you will bring if you really have an agency. And again, if you have problems and help, you just have to reach out to us, and we will just do whatever we can do to really strive on this kind of business. Because again, the distraction is here. We really having a scarcity of good accountant. Even in local now, there's a lot of scarcity on good account because most of the people are not doing the freelancing. So the corporate setup in the Philippines are very bad at freelancing because they don't want to go to work now. They want to go. So again, the challenge is with you. We don't have a lot of demand. We really have to supply and demand, and we're here to support them. Okay, that's all for me, and I hope. Okay, that's all. For the knowledgeable and sharing to us about how we can find and attract your potential clients. And of course, as a note taker myself, I have some notes here, and here are some of my takeaways. Ayan. So it's important that we want to attract the right clients. We need to have effective communication. Do you agree with me? And you need to set them the proper expectation. And tapos natin i-coach kanina, you need to communicate your service, and you need to tell your potential clients what is the value that you can offer them, right? And if you know your value, then you can give them the reasonable price. Sabi ni Coach Yan kanina that there's no competition, only collaboration. Ayan. So, do you know that by coming here, you're already investing for the right community? So if you want to thrive, then you need to surround yourself with the right people, like-minded individuals who will empower you, not drag you down. My question to you this morning is, do you want more? Do you have some energy? Do you want more? Okay, so of course, we have more speaking engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce to you our next speaker for the day one session. So he is former director consultant, speaker, business coach, and best-selling author. You brings over 30 years of unparalleled experience to the table. So Harold is one of the nation's foremost experts on leadership and entrepreneurship by CBS News. He has remarkable ability to spot emerging trends, solve strategic obstacles, and develop elite teams that drive enduring success. His accolades speak volumes about his impact and influence, from Entrepreneur of the Year to being recognized among the top 10 keynote speakers in North America. His list of honors is as impressive as his expertise. So make sure to be inspired, get ready to be inspired, empowered, and, take it all in as he takes the stage to deliver a powerful, inspiring presentation. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Larry Broughton.
Hey, I'm glad you guys are here. It's gonna be fun. You gotta go. My clicker. You got a clicker here, so here we go. Hey, you folks actually got on a plane. Come here. It's pretty amazing. That's helping that you're committed to your goals, which is awesome because you know what? It's so funny. How many people are really doing the hard work? Have you ever noticed that? In life, there's a lot of people who talk about they want to have success, they want to have a business. You know what I mean? They want one, and now we need to struggle for that. We have to play what we want. All right, so you should have received something like this for you.
Malapit kasi siya.
Today. I'm going to be referring to this later. I
Malapit
don't
eh.
need to take notes on it if you want. I'm going to refer to this from time to time, okay? And this talk is going to be a little different than what I normally do. Usually Joe has seen me, I do these, talks, and I'm all over the place, and I'm running around the audience. This is going to be a little bit more today, and actually a keynote inspiring motivational talk. Is that okay?
Yeah.
What I want to do is share with you, it's so good to see you. We're talking about back in October. Before we get going, how many people were at the October event that we did? Yeah, so you come back, right? Because you got so much value. My hope is that you folks, all of you that are here this time, come to our next one, right? Join the online community. Boy, these folks are not like to come, tell you there's real value in this, right? So I'm going to be a little bit all over the board, but I want to share with you about points that help you set up that here, the foundation for your business. Okay. So as we get into that, we have heard this parable before about the foolish builder versus the wise builder. If you look at the picture, you probably heard this before. Anyone can guess what that is? You guys seen it before? If you read it from the Bible, you have to look at Matthew. Who wants to share what the difference is between the foolish builder and the wise builder? Who has the courage? Who has got the courage to do it? Just going to say it here. There's someone got the courage to value to do it. Okay, here we go. See,
I'm just going to take a guess. Okay. So the foolish builder is the one who builds haphazardly. So he has no, he does not have the right foundation. Anything that he can see, he just gets. And then when the storm comes, the house that we built will just fall. But the wise builder is the one who has started invested in himself so that know the right skills. Abilities so that when there is allowing to do this skills strong.
perfect. Perfect. Now, get Joe, you want to say something together? But we're going to let Joe. That was awesome. I think. See what Joe said. Okay, go in the back here. Yes, I say. Yeah, that's right. Because I think this is bedrock. This body question. So I think the foolish builder builds a house stand, and the wise builder builds it on firm foundation. So between these two, I think you nailed it, right? Because what happens? You ever stood on the sand in the beach? You stood there, and the wave comes up. When the wave moves back out of the land, your feet. You can feel it. You're not going to right. That's the house. So the difference is Christine, right? Christine said, the wise builder took his time to find the right location, to find that sturdy foundation, build with this material on top. That's why we're here, right? We got to mention, don't we? We know that it's about dirty. And we think, oh, I'm never going to do that. But I'm here to tell you that it is possible. It is possible to build your business on a strong foundation. So you have regular work and enduring success. Did you get that? Enduring success. Anyone can have success for a short period of time. But what happens when the next calamity hits? As the team said. What happens when the economy goes down? What happens if your key members go work for an organization? You have a foundation in place. But you endure the heavy rains. That makes sense? All right, well, how are we going to do that? But then I just want to share with you. If you're really good, I'm going to give you a bonus on that, okay? And the first one is this. You have to select key advisors and allies. Key advisors and allies. Okay, key advisors. This is like I'm saying in the wrong spot, or For you folks who have ever like or you know you have to remain friends with all your people, or else they're going to screw you. All right. Okay. What I want you to do is to be wise and make sure that there's a difference between friends and allies. The difference between friends and allies. If you really guess, you think the difference between a friend and an ally. Want to raise your hand and yell it out? I would do it. Here's how this is going to go. I'm going to say it here. Because somebody said that. Joe, if you're a friend and an ally, friend will tell you what you want to hear. Friend will tell you what you want to hear, and ally will tell you what you need to hear. A friend will what you want to hear. Hey, I want to start a business. Well, that's awesome. You show me that. We should show me that. Like a stereo about horizon, right? And now I know what we need here. And they support me during the journey. That makes sense. So here's our first little action item. What I want you to do is think for a second in your corner. Think about a box, right? It don't mean that's the best box in the world, right? We all got a box. Right? Who's in your corner? When you get out, if you start to leave, you break yourself, who's in your corner to cheer you on, to lift you up, to wipe the face, wipe up the blood. It's there. Got out of the so here they are on paper, and you're taking it back and move it over. I want you to list 3 people in your life who will elevate their opportunity here and will elevate a better version of yourself. There are enough examples around the world right now with wars breaking out where we have to rely on our allies. So who is an ally? Not a friend who's going to tell you what you want to hear, but also what you need to hear and will help you get through this barriers and adversity, your next version of yourself. Right? Those 3 people out. You're going to want to do this because you made it. That's big enough. You ready? One of my favorite books, one of my favorite years ago, they just passed away. I think it's Jim Brown who said this. Why people you hang out with most? Or think about what's that? So it's true. If you hang out with people, I don't know how many people in this room are alcoholic or recovering alcoholic or drug addict. Who cheer you on? Who will help move you to the next level? So we need to take inventory in our life. Who are the 5 people you hang out with the most? Are they going to get you to the next level? I tell you folks like Joe and Joe up here, they're not hanging out with losers. They're hanging out with people who stretch them, who push them, who make them better versions of themselves. Are you doing that as well? This is very hard. Sometimes these people who aren't really good for us live in our same homes as you do. Right? Sorry, but it's sad and it's true. Sometimes our family members don't want to see us become better versions of ourselves. So we have to rely on other people. So do you have a board of advisors in your life? Do you have people that are further down the path than you are, who can help be a guide in your journey? I am a big believer that all of us, and I don't care where you are on the entrepreneurial journey, you should split your life into thirds. What do I mean by that? I mean that 1/3 of the people in your life should be further down the path than you are. These are your mentors. A full 1/3. Think about that. Think about 1/3 of the people in your life were mentors, who are more experienced than you are. Wouldn't that be powerful? Right? The next 1/3 of the people need to be peers. These are people that are about the same position that we are in life. These are the people that you go arm in arm with at that. Because as Coach was saying earlier, it's a lonely journey to talk during a. And so you need to have people that are going to go arm in arm against them. And then a third of the people in your life need to be a little bit behind you on the journey, so you can mentor them. Something happens when we mentor other people. It kind of makes things change in our brains a little bit. And I think that God rewards us for helping other people achieve their goals potential. Make sense? Right? So board of advisors. You should have board of advisors in your life. I personally have 2 boards of advisors. I have a professional board of advisors. I have a personal board of advisors. Okay? Now, here's the key. I've got one person who's on both boards. Why would I want one person on both boards? Here's why. So that I'm not personal board, one thing, and then going to on my professional board, another thing. So I'm going to tell you, I'm a human, I lie. I'm not always talking to myself. And so if I have someone else in my life who I get permission to hold me accountable, okay, this person can go to both boards and say, look, Mary, you said you were doing this over here, and now you come over here. That lacks integrity. Integrity is so important to grow, right? And then we need to get really formal about finding that board and joining that mastermind. This is considered a mastermind. The monthly calls that happen, or the weekly calls that happen in Jumpstart is part of a mastermind. These are people that you can turn into that lives. Then you have mentors in your life, like Joe and I go through mentoring, mentee relation. We need at least twice a month. Joe and I, we go through the biggest challenges, biggest opportunities, and the greatest ideas. We help move them there. You can have a professional, formal mentor in your life. That's a question. I hope the answer is no. If the answer is yes, I'm sorry. If you don't have a formal mentor in your life, get one. And if you don't know how to get one, we can talk about that later for Q&A. The next thing is this. I want you to identify ideal clients. This is number 2, building your foundation. Okay? Ideal clients. Too often what I find in the entrepreneurial arena, they say, hey, who's your potential client? And you know what I do more often than not? Not everyone is your client. I promise you that. Okay? Not all clients are not your client. They need someone's client, but they're not yours. How many of you are in a position today to offer accounting or bookkeeping services to companies that are on the Philippine Stock Exchange? Right, those are your clients. Don't waste your time going after those clients. It's a waste of time. Okay? So we're going to get into this a little bit more smart here in a second. But what I want to do is go over the traits of ideal clients. Right? Marianne talked about it a little bit earlier. But what I want us to do is identify clients who will joyfully pay you. Joyfully pay you on time, every time. Wouldn't that be awesome if they look joyfully? How many times have you had a client in your life who they begrudgingly paid, or they paid 90 days late, or it's always a chore to get them to pay you? Every time that you have to call them, or they have to pay them for money you rightfully deserve, that's when you can be spending doing something else, doing what I call revenue generating activity. So ideal client joyfully pay you. The next thing is this. Your ideal client should be open to your feedback. You're the expert, right? You shouldn't have to get into arguments with your clients. Say, hey, based on my experience, all the expertise that I have, all the years of being a CPA, I recommend this. Now, they can do a little bit of pushback, but if that happens all the time where they don't get your feedback, that's the best client for you. Not a very use of time. The third ones do this. They offer referrals to you. They offer referrals. They like you so much, they're willing to put their reputation on the line to give you other referrals. What do you think that costs? Next thing is this. They respect your time and expertise. If you ever have a client from like couple times, client calls you at 10 o'clock at night, or they call you on a weekend, or they know you're out of town, they're burning up your phone with messages. They're not respectful of your time. But ideal clients respect your time. And they know that if you email or they email you at 1 o'clock in the morning, you're not going to be sitting there waiting for their email to respond. I've had those clients. The last thing is this. They have a positive outlook on life. It is ingrained. You have clients who are negative, who are downward, who are pessimistic. Right? Wouldn't it be great if all of our clients accept these things? They pay joyfully, they're open to feedback, they offer referrals, they respect your time, and they have a positive outlook. If we had that way, just imagine how different would your life be. Well, tomorrow we're going to go through this in great detail. Okay, we're going to spend an hour going through this. Okay. Number 3, in order to build this foundation for your business, you have to have a dynamic business plan. What the heck do you mean by dynamic business plan? You've all heard of a business plan, right? Yes. Oftentimes people are overwhelmed by building a business plan. But there's just so much that goes into it. You know, you spend sometimes months preparing it. You do market research, you run performance, you do a competitive set analysis, you develop a marketing plan. Importantly, you have to do that. Here's the key. A dynamic business plan is shortened because otherwise, if you do a traditional business plan, if you take a look at this photo up here, look, there's cobwebs up here. Binders are just sitting there, right? Because they do the business plan and then they do nothing with it afterwards. And because it's so overwhelming, look at the business plan, right? In the accounting world, you go left to right, down in an arrow. That's generally not a good thing, right? We like up to the right, in green. Does that make better, right? But too often people developing business plans, and they never do anything with it. So what I encourage folks to do is to do that, but also develop a one-page business plan. Okay? There's a lot of elements to it. All right. We're going to go through that. This might be a good quality component of what's about this. One of the most important elements, I don't think the most important element, I don't think, but one of the most important elements is to have a vision and a mission statement. A vision and a mission statement. Yeah, oh, and I could be in that when you got there, you'll see there's a guide. We're not going to look at it right now. But you can actually, this is a little walk through. On the front page of that packet is a QR code. You see that? The QR code? You don't need to do it now. But that QR code is going to give you a digital version of the documents that I'm referring to today. That's cool, right? But here's the difference. There's also videos that describe how to do the document. Okay, does that make sense for you? Some people are better to watch video and have me talking through how to do it than just to read it. Okay, so if you use the QR code, I'll take you to a Google Drive link. It'll be the document and the video in there how to do the form. Okay, so vision and mission statement. The big difference, I believe, from my switch. Hello. It's still a little bit weird, but I can start my rap with you. What's you? Thank you very much. I really made these guys angry. I don't know what I did. All right. So a vision statement is more inspirational and it speaks to the why of your business. That's the vision statement. A mission statement is the what and the how. I look at it this way. The mission statement supports the vision statement. Here's another way to look at it, maybe. Think about, this is a bad one. I have a military background, spent a bunch of years in the military. So I think about it this way. The vision statement is more of a strategy. It's an overarching. We're going to go to war. And here's why. Think about when the U.S. went into World War II. World War II. Well, right? With an overarching agreement. We need to stop Nazi Germany. We need to stop the Italian, people want to bring back to the world. That's the vision. We're going to stop this. The mission is to accomplish, and how you're going to accomplish that strategy. Okay, so how many people recognize this? Who is that? Starbucks. They're ubiquitous. They're everywhere, right? So let's look at their vision statement, their mission statement. Their vision is this. Remember, a vision is what? It's an inspirational thing. It's more overarching, correct? To establish Starbucks as the premier purveyor of the finest coffee in the world, while maintaining our uncompromising principles while we grow. That's kind of inspirational, right? That's a picture. Now let's compare that to their mission. Remember, the mission supports the vision. To inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, one neighborhood at a time. This mission tells us how we're going to get to the vision. You understand that? So I have been coaching and mentoring for, I don't know, 25 years. Yeah, I'm that old. 25 years of probably coaching and mentoring entrepreneurs. There are businesses, there are accounting firms who don't have vision and mission, and they do okay. However, as Christine, right? Christine said earlier, what happens when the inclement weather comes, when the adversity comes? If you don't have a vision and a mission, and the next thing we're going to talk about, core values, if you don't have those training, and they're not in every building, training your organization, these are the organizations that crumble. These are the ones that build on shifting sand. Okay, so the next thing I want us to think about is defining your core values. Now, if you pull out this document, in terms of step 2, we're not going to do the whole thing, okay? You go to this thing, it looks like this. But I'm going to ask you to do it some homework. How many people are dedicated to growing their business or launching their business? Okay, if you want to do that, you can't go home and do nothing after this event. You have to go home and put some effort into this. You have to take what you learned here from Marianne, from me, from Joe, and all the speakers. You have to apply it to your life, your business. So when you turn to step 2 there, that says, list 3 companies or organizations that you most admire, or an organization who you'd like to be like. You see that? See what says on there? List 3 organizations that are step 2 that you most admire, or who you'd like your organization to be like. Do I write them? Next to each of those organizations, I want you to write 3 characteristics you most admire about those organizations. So what are the characteristics of that organization? The reason we're doing this is I want you to look at the landscape of competitors. Okay? And then I want you to see, like, what is it that makes them unique? What makes them so powerful? What is it that's aiding them in their growth? Because there might be something that we can learn from that. I'm gonna call on a couple of you right now. I'd like to hear your examples. You could do about 15 more seconds. So the idea is reorganizations, then three character traits, characteristics for traits, research organization. Okay, 10 more seconds, maybe. Okay. Who wants to volunteer just to be the name of one organization and the characteristics or traits of that organization? You don't actually have to call them. Let's go to Joe. Okay, this might be a shot to you. Okay. Bravo hotels. Okay. That my hotel company. Okay. Tenacity. Focus on people. Okay. Okay, good. So he said Rock Hotel, which is one of my businesses, the hotel company. You say tenacity, people focus. What was the other one you said? Integrity. Integrity, yeah. Wouldn't those be great characteristics to have in your business? Anyone else want to share? Do one. Okay, Mary.
I have three companies and quality only. And this is action. Actually, my client action from Canada, team up and vintages. So that I see in their values, teamwork, their marketing strategies, okay, and getting idea.
Okay, we're going to Bella. Kelly, what about volunteer yourself?
Better business builders. Yeah, of course. It's a very old veteran business builders. My three traits that I want to really use my favorites: ingenuity, family, and honesty.
Right. Okay, we're going to do another one. So can you go?
I have three companies that I'd like to follow them. Don't be afraid for their global presence. They started in the one SDB and for their community. And the company has a dream globally for their very big
Good, thank you. We're going to take that further, okay? Now, what I want you to do is now, this is a little bit. I want you to list three people you most admire. Three people. It might be a grandparent. It might be a political figure. It might be Mother Teresa. It could be anyone. Think about three people you admire most. And we're doing the same thing. Next to that, we're doing three traits and characteristics you most admire in that person. Okay, and the first. Let me give you about 15 years. Calling a couple of people here. Okay. The good thing is you can come back with it later on. Okay. Who wants to share with us one or two people who you most admire, and the three characteristics of traits that you admire most. And so John, you want to go?
Yes. Okay, since two. First is I'll pick my mom. Okay. But of course, she's not here, she's in heaven. So I wish there's connect call. Yeah, but you know, because she's hardworking and she took 100% responsibility of her siblings. So they have 11 and they are really in poverty. So she left the country when I was young. And all her siblings now graduated and they have a really nice life. So that's one, hardworking, responsible, and loving. Though I didn't really spend a lot of time with her because she passed away when I was young, at 21 years old. Yeah. Then the second one is Joe. I'm thinking like who should be the one? But I think Joe is very, very inspiring. Why? Because how can someone, an expat, came here in the Philippines and bring value to the Pinoy keepers? So lucky, really would do that. Leave everything behind and came here. So the giving heart, the being, you know, jolly and building this bedrock for Filipinos. And of course, signing of good looking.
There
Those are the traits.
That's a good looking part, but the other parts that you're talking about. Here's what I want you to remember on this. It's a good exercise. It's making you reflect. And on this packet, there's several pages of samples, for example, for it. There's a couple hundred there. And I pulled these from the core values of a lot of organizations that I know about Hispanics. Okay, so read through these, there might be something in there. You say, hey, this is what I want my organization to look like. Here's the role model. Maybe I can be. How many people know who Mother Teresa is? By raising your hand. Most of us know Mother Teresa, right? She was a Catholic nun, forgave on everything, worked in the slums in Calcutta. She's not saying, right? You know, she wasn't perfect. Is that shocking? You know that she had an anger issue. She increased her with some people. A lot of the saints have had trouble with that. So my point in that is, I'm not expecting you to be perfect. And some of the people that you live, listen, as much as you love your mom, Sergio, I'll bet you look perfect. Right? We all want this thing. But guess what we do? We find what we're looking for in life. If you want to look for the negativity in life, you're going to find the negativity in life. If you go out and look for little miracles every day in life, you're going to see the miracle in life. If you're in a relationship with a loved one, and you are looking at that person saying, this person's cheating on me, this person is mean to me, you're going to find it every single day. Say, hey, I want to see the good in this person. That's what you're going to see. I know that's difficult to do. But go through this, these core values are so important because the core value is something you do not compromise, no matter what. If you're willing to compromise your core value, it's not a core value. So those successful businesses, the hundreds and hundreds of organizations that I have mentored and coached, they may not have a great mission statement, but they understand the core value. Everyone knows what the core values are. So to encourage you to identify your core values. Go back to something here. So, oh, you know, I'm going to mention the confidence. It is wonderful. These guys were awesome. Thank you to Luz and whoever else put this thing together. Because the point was not actually have this whole item come together. We're just going to give you the QR code. If you turn this one that says Rock Hotel to the top, that is our it's like making sausage. Don't look at what's happening behind the scenes. This is for real. This is the one for growth for my hotel. Okay, you can use it in all of the, so we, I'll just throw it, all the managers, all the supervisors in our company have this hanging next to their desk. Okay. Our team members see this before they join the organization. So they know who is it that they're working with? Who are they working for? So it's no surprise when we say dignity, integrity, ethical behavior, honesty, excellence, fun, and are fiercely loyal. When those things come up during their employment, there's no excuse. If someone's dishonest, you saw this during the interview process. This was in your onboarding packet, right? Now, we may not share these strategies down at the bottom with everyone, like with our competition, but this stuff's on our website. When you have got this nailed down and you share this with the world, the people who should be in your sphere of influence will show up. I have got investors just from this document. Okay? Because they said, yes, we want to work with an organization like this. Right? This is kind of like a manifesto. Does that make sense? Because I'm not going to share my full 6,000 page blueprint of my business plan with the world, right? So there's that. Now we're going to go back. Here we go. Okay, so again, gift to you, use that QR code. You don't need to do it now. You can do it whenever. And you're going to get the videos that tell you how to do these things, okay, and the actual documents. Number 4, of how to build a foundation, okay, for your business. You have to create a niche or a niche, depending on where you come from, okay? Create a niche. How many people know what a niche is? Okay, so this is the market. This is the mass market. All these people, a niche is this little sliver, a segment of the larger market that has a specific target audience. So let's say here, you guys want to be accountants and bookkeepers and have your own agencies, right? That's a lot of businesses. So your niche is not every single business that's out there. It might be, hey, I've got experience in the food and beverage industry, in restaurants. I've got a handful of clients, or maybe I used to work in the food and beverage industry. I want to only have food and beverage clients as my accounting clients. That would be a niche of all businesses. Does that make sense to you? Another way to find that is an affinity group. Have you heard the term affinity group before? So what is an affinity group? It's a group that is formed around a shared interest or a common goal. So for me, let me list to you some of my folks that would be in my affinity groups. I was a Boy Scout. Boy Scouts would be an affinity group for me. I wrestled all through grade school, all through high school. Wrestlers. I did martial arts for a bunch of years. Martial artists. I was in the military. Folks that are in the military. I built my career in the hotel industry. Hoteliers. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? Okay. So think about, Joe, do you have an example of an affinity group for you?
New York Yankees.
Okay, where did you go to college?
Oswego.
In New York, Oswego. So guess what? Affinity groups might be alumni from Oswego. That makes sense? Let's say that, so Joe is a Yankees fan, so he wears a jersey. He might have a ball cap. So when somebody walks in here and they're wearing a, let's say, a Dodgers jersey, that's not going to be Joe's affinity group. Joe may go get in a fight with them, right? So here's what I want us to do. We're going to create a list of all of your affinity groups that come to mind. Affinity groups. What could be an affinity group for you? What we're going to try to do here is identify what niche could I go after. So because I was a martial artist for a bunch of years, some of my coaching and mentoring clients were owners of martial arts studios. Well, why is that? because I could go and share common stories with them. I knew the struggles of running martial arts schools. I could speak the same language with them. Some of my early coaching and mentoring clients were people who owned hotels or were managers who wanted to move into executive positions in hotels. Well, why? Because I started out as a night auditor, worked my way up through where I started owning hotels. Those were people in my affinity group. So who's in your affinity group that you could start going to and talk to them about being a potential client? Affinity groups. This will help you build your niche or identify your niche. And just start the list. The more you spend time on it, you'll probably come up with 15 or 20 different affinity groups. Where did you go to school? Now, that may backfire on you. Like the people that I went to high school with, they don't want to know anything about me. Oh, that dummy? Have you heard the saying? I forget how it goes exactly. Prophets aren't recognized in their hometown. Have you ever heard of that before? Because the people you grow up with, they saw you when you did all these stupid things before you actually were grown up. Who wants to share an affinity group or 2 affinity groups with us? All right, Mary Ann's going to share a couple of her affinity groups.
I have now a BNI. After each people.
Okay. So the great thing about BNI is Business Networking International, I think is what it's called, right? So when she finds out, oh, you're a member of BNI, I'm a member of BNI. What chapter are you in? What special events do you folks go to? What do you do in your organization, in your chapter, right? Does that make sense? Okay. Here's number 5. If we're building our foundation, we need to have passion for what we do. Now, there's a mistake about passion that a lot of people make, right? They say that passion is the most important thing, right? We've all heard this, right? Follow your passion, you'll never work a day in your life. Have you heard this before? Is it true? Follow your passion, really, and you'll never work a day in your life? Is that true? No, that's not true. It's just not. I wish it were true, but it's not. Here's a different way of looking at passion. How many have heard of the guy Seth Godin? Have you heard of Seth Godin before? I'm blessed to have met him a couple of times. He was the roommate at college at Stanford University with one of my business partners in my former company. And so I've been able to meet him a couple of times. But he's one of the most prolific writers on entrepreneurship and marketing. I don't care what the book is. I would encourage you, just Google Seth Godin. Pull any of his books out, particularly on marketing. Maybe it's Purple Cow or Tribes, or just start reading his books, and they're very short books, and you'll start to learn. It will help you on your entrepreneurial journey, I promise you. But here's what Seth Godin says. He says, transferring your job is far easier than finding a job that happens to match your passion. Okay? Just read it again, just so you get it. Transferring your passion to your job. Transferring your passion to your job. I want you this to sink in. Transferring your passion to your job is far easier than finding a job that happens to match your passion. There's a saying that says, grow where you're planted. Have you ever heard that before? Grow where you're planted. This is where I was talking about earlier about being positive. Wouldn't you rather be positive in the environment that you're in than to sit there and just be dour and pessimistic? I don't want to be here. This is not my passion. Well, you can find your passion and apply it to the situation you're in. We have a lot more control in our life than we want to let on. Usually we lack the courage to get out of our own way. It's easier to complain about life, right? So why is it that passion is so darn important? Well, first of all,
motivation and persistence. There's a little ant pulling this stick up, putting it over its head, right? So motivation and persistence, it fuels and drives us to overcome obstacles, right? Number two, passion is important when it comes to client and customer engagement. And by the way, I'm a big fan of differentiating between a customer and a client. Joe hears this from me all the time. So Joe, you can close your ears. Anyone want to take a guess at the difference between a customer and a client? Here's the way I describe it. Customers are transactional. I go in and I buy once from them and I never hear from them again. That is a very difficult way to grow your accounting business. Clients, are you ready for this? Clients are relational. We build a relationship with them. When we have a relationship with our clients, they're more likely to stick around. They're more likely to grow with us, okay? Passionate people exude authenticity and dedication. That helps attract client trust. Trust is so important in the world. Passion is also important for team inspiration, right? If you are a leader of an organization, or if you've been in an organization and your leader has lacked passion, it kind of repels you, doesn't it? You don't want to be around those types of people, right? So passion fosters this positive work environment. That's why passion is so darn important for us. The next thing is number 6, and this is online presence. Do you need me to go back so you can take a picture of that? You want me to go back? I saw some. Did you want to get a picture of that? There we go. It's a friendly environment here. If anyone wants to do that, we could do it. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Build an online presence. I don't know why some of us are so scared to have an online presence, particularly if you're trying to build your business. We have to get over ourselves if you want to grow your business. In today's day and age, we can't grow our business if we don't have an online presence. If someone wants to do business with me, if they want to invest with any of our companies, I just know that they're going to go to my social media and my online presence. They're going to. Marianne has become the queen of this on LinkedIn. Okay, you have to have an online presence. How many social media platforms out there? Anyone want to take a guess? Let's take a guess. Too many. All right, Joe says too many. Yes, there are too many social media platforms out there. I don't want you to be on all the social media platforms, but I want you to pick a handful of them and be loyal to them and work those platforms, because some platforms are going to serve you better than others. Okay, Marianne's chosen LinkedIn, right? And then you have to advertise that. You have to push it. Every time that I am in front of a group, anytime that I write an article for a magazine or a newspaper, we share my contact information. Well, why? Why would you put a barrier or a wall up between you and your potential clients? Don't you want them to build an emotional connection with you? So think about your online presence. Think about when you go speak to a group. Can people easily find you? Okay? And when you do this, how many people have been published in a magazine or online review online, right? Joe, how difficult is it? Easy or hard?
It's gonna be easy once you have the presence.
That's right. Once you have a presence, it's easy to get this, because an editor of a magazine or a newsletter or a newspaper or a TV show, they want to make sure that you've got an audience. Their job is to sell newspapers, magazines, to get viewers. And so if you have an online presence, the producer of the show, the editor of the magazine will go and look up. And then this is why it's so important. When you do this, then you attract clients. Clients come to you instead of you going out and chasing all of the clients. I call this the honey pot. Imagine if you were to put a jar of honey in your backyard, what would happen within 24 hours of you setting out a jar of honey in your backyard? All kinds of critters would come to it, right? Four-legged ones, two-legged ones, six-legged ones, eight-legged ones would come to that jar of honey. We want you to be that jar of honey, that you're so attractive that clients come to you. Okay? Now, here's another freebie. You might be able to take, if you take a snapshot of this QR code, I'm going to give you, it's a 90-minute webinar on how to do that. All right. And by the way, I'm not going to ask you for anything. You're not going to get inundated with emails. There's no sales page. There's nothing. I'm just giving you this stuff because I love you guys. I love what as Joe is doing. I want us to have more entrepreneurs. So you're going to get a 90-minute webinar on building your personal brand. Joe wouldn't be here speaking, and the other speakers wouldn't be here speaking if they hadn't built their own personal brand. Okay? I'm also going to give you I think it's about an hour audio file, and also 48 powerful ways to immediately improve your personal and business cash flow. Would you guys like to do that? How many people you want more cash in your life, right? I'm going to give you 48 tips on how to do that. So if you need that QR code, you already got that? We can come back to this later on if you need it, okay? Number 7, and someone touched on this earlier. We have to be patient. What's very is that we sometimes get so impatient. Well, I launched my business 6 months ago. How come I'm not making, you name the number? How come I don't have 100 clients already? How come I've only got 200 followers on the platform? Marianne, was it you that was talking earlier that it took you 3 years to get to the point on LinkedIn where you're kind of like at the top of the heap? Most of us don't have patience to do that. But what we have to remember is this, that patience is also a form of action. Did you catch that? Patience is a form of action. I have an early mentor of mine named Daryl who used to say this. He used to call it holy loafing. Have you heard the term loafing before? They're loafing around. They're not doing anything. Well, you can have patience and be intentional at the same time. Okay, but the question is like, why is patience so important to building your foundation? Why is patience vital to building your foundation? Well, for one thing, long-term vision. Success often takes time, and patience helps us maintain focus to achieve those long-term goals, right? Patience also is really vital when it comes to making decisions. Okay? Can you think about times when you've went to make a decision and because you made the decision too quickly, you made a rash decision or a bad decision? Sometimes we just need to breathe. Take a pause for a minute. Analyze the battlefield. Actually look around. See what's happening. The third thing is this, resilience. Imagine you're the tree. Are you going to bend when adversity comes, or are you going to break? Patience helps us navigate these setbacks, right? Make sense to you? The next thing is this. If we want to build this strong foundation so that we can grow, we have to have what? We have to have a strong team. We can't do this by ourselves. I have known Joe for how many years now, Joe? Over 10 years, Joe and I have known each other. I can tell you this, without giving away a secret, if Joe didn't have an awesome team, none of us would be here right now. If it weren't for the efforts of Janine and Luz and Myrna and all you folks that are on the Bedrock team, there's no way he could have been here. He's got a strong team to do it. The question is, who is on your team? You remember earlier I said, who's in your corner? Who's in your corner? Do you have a strong team? Now, some of you are what they call a solopreneur. Have you heard that before? You're doing it like you're the only person. You're doing it all. you're wearing a lot of hats, right? But truthfully, you're really not doing it alone. You're now part of the Jumpstart community. You're part of the Bedrock community. Many of us have allies or friends. Many of you, I should say, have loved ones, maybe a spouse or a romantic partner. We should be leaning on them as well, right? So we have to have a strong team. Now, professionally, I would encourage you to have some kind of strengths assessment. Have any of you heard of Clifton Strengths Finders or Myers-Briggs or Colby or any of those types of things? You should be doing strengths assessments to make sure that your team members have strengths that augment your weaknesses. Belle, are you perfect in every area of your life? There are some areas you're very strong and some areas where you're not so strong, right? Imagine if Belle were building a business and all she did is brought people on to her team who had the same strengths that she had. Is that wise? No, right? She has to have people whose strengths augment her weaknesses. You track with me on that? Okay. So yes, it's important to have strengths, but you know what else is a strength? The positive attitude. Have you ever been in an organization with people who had negative attitudes? They were dour, they were pessimistic, right? They always thought that failure was right around the corner. We're never going to succeed. Well, listen, you want to have people who have good attitudes, okay? A good attitude, though, is not going to guarantee victory, but a bad one will guarantee defeat. Have you ever seen a team who had a bad attitude that has won anything? This is why there's underdogs, right? Underdogs will have a good attitude, that is can-do spirit, and they can outperform higher ranked, bigger teams, more well-funded teams, right? Now, when you take the things we just talked about, strengths and positive attitude, when you're building your team, when you're hiring team members, I want you to think about these three things, okay? When you're building a team, you want people who have motivation, integrity, and capacity. Motivation, integrity, and capacity. We've got to have team members who have this attitude. I get to go work with Joe today. I get to go work with Belle today. I get to go serve other people today. Not, I have to get up. I have to go into work. I have to do this stuff. No, you want them to joyfully want to be part of the team, right? The second thing, as Joe had mentioned earlier, is integrity. Motivation without integrity is dangerous. There are a lot of people who are highly motivated who lack integrity who are sitting in jail, right? They were taking their energy and put it in the wrong direction, right? And the third thing is this, capacity, the ability to grow. Most of you are getting into business not because you just want to fail or you don't want to make an impact in the world. You don't want to put a dent in the globe. Most of you want your businesses because you want to grow. You want to expand your influence. You want to change the legacy of your family, right? You want to build generational wealth. Well, you want team members who have the ability to grow with you. Okay? Make sense? Motivation, integrity, and capacity. Number 9, and we're getting near the end here. We have to embrace change, accountability, and innovation. This is how you're going to build your foundation. Because what you think is going to happen in that first year or those first 6 months of your business, I promise you this, it's going to go sideways. Change is inevitable. Change is part of life. Change is certainly part of business. And I'm going to share this next slide with you. Don't get overwhelmed by this next slide. But there are clinical psychologists who study the brain and they study change. And guess what happens when change comes into your life? Think about when there's something significantly has changed in your life. You lost your job, there was a layoff, or you got terminated, or your spouse left. What's the first thing that we feel? Can you think about it? What is it? What fear? Isn't it fear, right? Well, here's what happens. Let's say that you've worked for an organization and a new boss comes in and they want to change everything, right? You know what happens first? We start denying it. And then we get frustrated, right? And then down here, we start getting depressed. Oh my gosh, this change is really happening. Like during the pandemic, we thought it was going to be 3 months and we're going to be through it. And guess what? 4 years later, we're still feeling the negative impact of it, right? This is so measurable. So this woman named Elizabeth Kubler-Ross developed this whole thing. This area down here, when we're going through change, is so predictable. They call it the trough of despair. The trough of despair. The problem is this, as leaders, or young leaders, young business owners, change starts to happen. We get fearful. Our team members start to quit. Or they say, Larry, but we've always done it this other way. And so what happens? The immature leader, the immature business owner retreats and they come back up here. Instead, what we must do is push through and try new things. Here is where innovation happens. How many people have an iPhone in here? How many people have a cell phone? Let me put it that way. Cell phones, they didn't get it right the first time. They made mistakes over and over and over again, right? iPhones, now I don't even know what number they're on, 17 or 24, I don't know what it is. But it's a lot different today than it used to be. The iPhone that you're carrying around now is a lot different than those first cell phones that were a big brick. You remember those things? They're different. Well, we had to change, all right? But we have to recognize that this depression that we feel, the fear that we feel is absolutely normal. We have to embrace it. Because this is where all the failure is going to happen. Through this area, because we're trying things. Over here is experimentation. But ultimately, we're going to get up here. We must push through. We have to let go of this fear of failure. Because the truth is this, if we're not failing, we're not moving fast enough, or we're not getting close enough to our fullest potential. Failure has to happen. Innovation does not happen without failure. Okay? Inventions don't happen without failure. Okay? I'm going to share this with you, and this is a little bit weird to get our brain around at first, but change happens when the cost of the status quo, like where we are now, is greater than the risk of change. Here's another way to say it. Winston Churchill, if anybody studies history, he's a really interesting guy to study. He says this about change. We must take change by the hand, or rest assuredly, change will take us by the throat. Change is going to happen whether we like it or not, so we might as well embrace it. Or just fight against it all day long, and it is going to hurt. It's going to be a suffering, long, painful journey. See, some people want to get photos of that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so this next one, number 10, you guys should love. Now, there are a lot of folks who don't love this, but you folks who are bookkeepers and accountants and CPAs, we have to monitor KPIs. What is a KPI? Please tell me you know. There you go. Key performance indicators, right? We have to monitor those. We have to. It's very interesting how few people, besides financial people, actually measure results. Have you heard of the saying, what is measured is improved? Have you heard that saying before? What's measured is improved. Oftentimes what we find is that just by stepping on the scale once a week to see what our weight is, we maintain our weight better than when we don't, just because we have an awareness of it. If we looked at our client turn or our cost of client acquisition, or we looked at our net revenue or net income or our gross operating profit or our inventory turn or our EBITDA, just by looking at it, it improves. Now, I have had accountants, CPAs, bookkeepers in my life for the entirety of my professional career. I wish, and this is a clue for you folks, particularly if you're trying to work with an American company, if you could make suggestions to your clients on key performance indicators, you will look like a hero to them. Just by asking, are you measuring a variety of things? Are you measuring your revenue per employee? Are you measuring your gross operating profit? Are you measuring your average ticket? Right? Have you heard of Chick-fil-A? You've heard of Chick-fil-A before, right? So the founder, a guy named Dan Cathy, they developed a dashboard where in real time, he can look at their dashboard and tell exactly how many milkshakes that they poured that day, and they can and they can tell the profit they've made that day just from milkshakes. That's how detailed they get on their KPIs. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but if you can create dashboards that at a glance, you can tell how your business is doing, but even more importantly, remember being client-centric? If you can help your clients develop dashboards, you're going to be a hero. Now, the great news is this. There are a lot of off-the-shelf KPI dashboards that you can develop. Just go Google it, right? So maybe you want to do, let's say, for instance, I just keep using this because it's one of my affinity groups. KPI dashboards for the martial arts industry, KPI dashboards for the hospitality industry, for the food and beverage industry, for the manufacturing industry, for the auto industry. They're out there. Okay, make sense? And here's the bonus, and then we're going to go to Q&A if you want. Bonus is you want to have a great foundation. It doesn't happen without solid leadership. It's just not going to happen. You may see some small incremental growth, but to have enduring success, we have to have solid leadership. Okay? So again, I'm going to go back to Jim Rohn, and we're going to take time. You should probably take a picture of this because this is an important one. This is one of the most important quotes about leadership that I've ever seen, and I read it over and over again. So we're going to take a moment on this. The challenge of leadership is to be strong, but not rude. How many people have seen leaders who have been rude when they were trying to be strong? You can be strong and not rude. Okay, so the challenge of leadership is to be kind, but not weak. Kindness is an important element of leadership. The challenge of leadership is to be bold, but not be a bully. Ask yourself, have you been a leader, but you bullied your team members in the past? Okay? Your team may tolerate it for a short period of time, but at some point, they're going to start to migrate. The challenge of leadership is to be thoughtful, but not lazy. This is the patient part that we were talking about earlier. The challenge of leadership is to be humble, but not timid. The challenge of leadership is to be proud, but not arrogant, to have humor, but without folly. This is one of the most important leadership quotes I think that I've ever seen, right? I've seen some heads nodding out there. So don't just expect this of the leader in your life. How about this? Can you do this? Are you doing this? This is where the reflection comes in, right? So what are the top traits of transformational leaders, besides what Jim Rohn talks about? Well, I say that they're this: vision and clarity. To be a transformational leader, we need to have a clear vision of the future and where we're going. This will help you inspire and motivate your team. And we have to articulate where we're going. Okay, evangelize often in the entrepreneurial space. Next thing is this: authenticity. We have to be courageous enough to be genuine and to be our true selves in order to inspire our team. Authenticity is very important. Number 3 is to have emotional intelligence. There's a great book out there by Daniel, I think it was Daniel Goldman, I think is the guy who wrote the first book, Emotional Intelligence. There's been a lot of versions of it written since then. Emotional intelligence is understanding the head and the heart connection, right? And it's the ability, it's the process, I guess, of understanding our own emotions and being able to modulate those, but also having the ability to understand the impact that we're having on our team members, other people around us, right? So I'm going to keep going back to the Jim Rohn quote, right? Are we a bully? Are we kind? Which is it? We must have emotional intelligence to know, hey, if I say this, I'm trying to inspire my team, but what I'm actually hearing is that, boy, I'm offending a lot of people on my team. That's lack of emotional intelligence. Okay. Number 4 is curiosity. Curiosity takes courage. The courage to see out past the horizon, to look around the corner, and to kind of imagine how life could be, and to ask questions because we're not experts at everything. Have you ever been in a meeting and the people were talking about something, you had no idea what they were talking about? You said, I'm just going to zip it. I'm going to pretend I know what they're talking about. How has that usually worked out for you? We have to have the courage to say, either sometimes it's appropriate, sometimes it's not. I have to leave that up to you. But you have to have the courage that if you don't speak up during the meeting, the first thing you do when you walk out of that meeting is to go look it up, to be curious, to learn. Okay, transformational leaders are curious. And the last thing is this: adaptability and resilience. We talked about resilience a little bit earlier. We talked about adaptability. We have to embrace change. All right, does the leader that you work for or with possess these? And if you are the leader, do you possess these? This is a little bit of self-reflection, okay? And I'm going to leave you with this, and then we're going to be done. I love parables. I love stories. I think we can learn from these things. Now, if you remember, like, I also am a bit of a armchair anthropologist, right? Where did we come from? Why do we do the things that we do? And so there's this parable about these 2 monks, and they're walking down the road, and there was just a huge, heavy torrential rain pour. Okay, and the road was just muddy. You've probably seen this before, right? It rains and there's just flood waters running down the streets. So in this little community, the rain was so heavy that everything was just muddy. And they turned the corner, and there was this beautiful young woman standing there in this silk kimono. And so old Tanzan says, "Hey, young girl, get on my back. I'll get you across the street to the other side. I'll put you down and we'll continue on our way." So she jumps on his back and they walk across the muddy street, and he's slipping and sliding and he's up to his ankles in mud, and he sets her down. And then Aikido and Tenzin, they continue on their journey. Okay? But old Aikido, he didn't say a thing until later that night. He was fuming inside. Right? And he said to Tanzan later on, he said, "What were you doing with this woman on your back? We're monks. We're not even supposed to be around these women, especially beautiful young women. What were you thinking?" And old Tanzan said, "What is she still doing on your back? I left her hours ago." Let that sink in for a second. How often do we carry the past around on our back? Mistakes that we've made, bad things that people have told us, failures that we have had, when we should have just left those miles away years ago, but we carry them around. Who do you think you are starting your own accounting business? You barely graduated college. You didn't even go to college. Who do you think you are running your own business? Have you ever had anyone in your life like that? Exorcise those people from your life. Don't listen to them any longer. Surround yourself with people who are bolder and brighter than you are. You're in the right place. This Jumpstart community is going to help you get to where you want to be. Listen to the wise sages, the 1/3 of the people that are in your life that are further down the road than you are. Don't let the negativity continue to fester in your brain. You have a purpose in life. That's all I've got for you today. I'm going to be around if you want to talk later on. God bless you. Love you guys. We'll see you later.
All right.
I'm gonna leave the clicker here.
Thank you so much, Larry,
If you want to do a Q&A, I think we've got a few minutes, but if not, then I'll just let you go. Okay, great.
so much, Brad, for such an impactful, and I believe that all of us have learned a lot from that. And then talk about establishing the business foundation into a surely we learned a lot today, am I right? And so all of you here are empowered to become a better leader. And if you want to have a successful business and you have an enduring business foundation, then it's really important that it starts with you as a leader. So right now, before we take our knowledge grades, let's do a quick application. Ayan. So dito, meron tayo. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I know that we're all hungry, but just for us to share that, top-line natin yung na-learn natin from the two speaking engagement. So we have some list of questions here. So what we're gonna do is find two people, and so it could be your teammate or anyone that is near your house. And then you're just gonna discuss with them this four questions that we're gonna address. Yeah, so number one, okay, you can write it on your,
Wait lang, ma'am.
on your, paper. So number one is, what have you learned so far from the two speaking engagements? Again, the first question is, what have you learned so far from the two speaking engagements? You can share just the highlight. I know that it's a lot na learn natin, but just share your highlights. And then number two, where are you now? Okay, where are you now? And what direction are you going or headed to? Okay, so identify where you're now. So maybe you are a freelancer, you only have one client. And then the direction that you're going is you want to have multiple clients or you want to have an agency. So just be realistic, okay? And then number three, what do you consider your top three obstacles in reaching your goal or the direction that you're going to? And number four is, what are your action items that you will take, which you learned from the previous talks? Ayan. So what are your action items? According to Larry, knowledge is not power, but action is. Ayan. So sayang yung na-learn mo kapag hindi mo siya i-apply. Are you ready for the afternoon session? So it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker for the afternoon session. So with over 2 decades of sales experience spanning various industries, he brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise for today's event. So from leading sales teams at top digital marketing agencies in the Philippines, to managing operations for award-winning firms in Hong Kong, he has a proven track record of success. But what truly sets our speaker for this afternoon apart is his passion for community building and LinkedIn. Recognized as one of the top 58 Filipinos on the platform last year, he has mastered the art of personal branding, sales strategy, and engaging content creation. And he is the CEO and founder of Cap Digital. So please help me welcome to the big round of applause, Hernandez. Take it away, Cap.
Thank you very much, Mel, for that wonderful.
Kamusta naman lahat?
Busog? Sino yung nandito na kahapon? Kahapon pa lang. Sinong taga-Tagaytay? Meron bang taga-Tagaytay dito? Wala. So lahat taga Manila, Bicol, Rizal, may taga Vismin. Meron. No? Kakagaling ko lang sa sa Cotabato nung kailan ba? This week. Ayun. So, paki-present mode please. So before we start, I just like to start with a story. Okay lang ba 'yon? Ayun. So, there were two brothers. Their names are John and James. So si John is the one on the left. James is the one on the right. Nalilito. Okay. Okay lang siguro kahit sabay na lang. Nalilito ako. Alam ko na yung next halos eh. Sige, okay. Okay. So, they live in a big house. They live in a big house and they love playing. Kita nyo naman yung yung garden, di ba? The garden is so big. So they play with their dog, they play together, they play with their father and mother. And then yung dad nila, he's a very successful businessman. So, dami ng businesses. I think it was about 3 to 4 businesses. And then yung mom nila is a homemaker. She loves taking care of the kids, of course. And as you can see, she's baking, I think a chocolate cookie cream. Nag-invento ng cake. No? Pero one day, their dad didn't come home. So the twins thought that siguro he will come home tomorrow. He's just busy. Pero days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. And months turned into years. They never really found out what happened to their dad. Pero their mom, she knew all along. She knew all along that he found another woman and then he started another family. At kinilimutan niya yung family niya, iniwan niya. So the mom was devastated. She was really devastated and depressed. Kasi she's a homemaker. She never really tried working. She didn't know freelancing as well. Within 3 years, she passed away. And wala nag-alaga doon sa twins. After 20 years, ito na si John and si James. Si John lives on the streets. He's an addict. He doesn't have any food. He looks for food sa trash. Pero si James, naging successful doctor. What made the difference? Anyone? Si Ma'am, ano sa tingin niyo po yung nangyari? Ano yung difference ng dalawa?
I think the way they nangyari sa kanila.
The way they handled kung ano yung nangyari sa kanila. Okay, so the way they handled kung ano yung nangyari sa kanila. I'll ask one more. Sino pa ba? Si Miss Vivian? Vivian?
Perspective in life.
Exactly, mindset. One of my favorite authors and one of my favorite books, si Tony Robbins, sabi niya, it is your decisions and not your conditions that determine your destiny. It's not your condition right now. Kung nasan ka man ngayon, ano yung situation mo, hindi ka marunong mag-freelance, medyo hirap ka sa buhay, iniiwan ka ng boyfriend mo, iniiwan ka ng girlfriend mo. It's your decision. It's your decision today ang magde-determine ng future nyo. So mindset is the lens through which we view the world. Ito yung mga pananaw natin. Sa room na to, ang daming mindsets. We have different mindsets right now. And for sure, yung mindset nyo before when you were 10 years old, very different na now. Na kung may anak ka na, nagkaroon ka na ng husband, nagkaroon ka na ng wife, it's very different. And what I'd like to share with you right now are the negative mindsets and positive mindsets. Ay, okay. And so what's this? What's this pala muna? So half empty and half full, right? So yung mga, siguro yung negative mindset, they think that this is half empty. Naku, paubos na. Pero yung positive, half full. Konti na lang, konting effort na lang, mapupuno na. Konting tawag na lang sa leads ko, makakakuha na ako ng client. So negative mindset versus positive mindset. First negative mindset is scarcity mindset. Scarcity mindset, ito yung mga taong, tanungin ko kayo ngayon, sino dito yung may nakakita na nung kainan na, nanguna, tapos umaapaw yung food? Meron ba? Meron ba dito? Wala naman. Okay. Good. Sino yung may kilalang ganon? Raise your hand. Sino may kilalang ganon? Yung nangunguna tapos oh, Joe understood me. So yun yung may mga scarcity mindset. And it's not just about food. It's also about freelancing. Let's talk about freelancing. People who think or have the scarcity mindset, they think that there's so few clients or leads out there. Pero yung sinasabi ko nga sa LinkedIn Mastery Workshop ko, currently, 1 billion users ang LinkedIn ngayon, more or less. You just need to look for 1, 2, or 3 clients. 1 billion yun, guys. So, scarcity mindset. So, instead of having a scarcity mindset, we should have abundance mindset. So, abundance mindset is thinking that there's more than enough for everyone. So, ano ko sa thank you for the reaction. Sige, okay lang, you can continue doing that. So abundance mindset, more than enough, or he thinks that there's more than enough food for everyone. So yung mga kanina siguro pinauna niyo yung iba. Tapos kumuha lang kayo ng sapat, yung tama lang, eksakto lang for you. So yun yung abundance mindset. And having an abundance mindset also sa freelancing setting, you feel that there are different clients out there. There are many clients out there na you just have to look for one. Just have to look for 2 or 3 or more. Depende sa'yo kung ilan yung gusto mo. Hindi ka maubusan. Is this my water? Sorry. So next mindset, victim mindset. Ito yung mga pa-victim. Kawawa naman ako. Wala akong boyfriend. Kawawa naman ako. Wala akong pera. Kawawa naman ako, wala akong work. Kawawa naman ako, wala akong client. Eh di maghanap ka. Ito yung mga taong yung kasalanan nila, pero sila pa rin yung kawawa. Di ba? May mga kilala kayong ganito? Marami. So, instead of having a victim mindset, you should have a self-empowered mindset. Again, yung parang kung anumang situation mo ngayon, just look for a solution. Find a solution instead of pitying yourself. Self-pity, mag-self-empowered mindset ka. Third is defeatist mindset. Who's familiar with my community, Philippine graphic artists? Ayun, meron naman konti. Meron naman ilan. Currently, we have about 170,000 members. And last contest that we had, PGA Mascot Design Contest, I think about 80 to 90 yung nag-join. And some members were saying, hindi na ako sasali, ang daming magaling. Matatalo lang ako. So 80, imagine, 80 lang yung sumali out of the 170, or I think siguro mga 140 nung time na yun, or 150,000 members. Dahil lang may defeatist mindset sila. And the one who joined, or the one who became the champion, he just tried. Pero he never really thought that he would win. Pero nanalo siya. And yung nakakatuwa dun sa nanalong yon, inutang pa niya yung pera para makapunta dun sa sa event venue. Nung nanalo siya, ang saya-saya nila dahil kasama niya yung dad niya and mom niya. May pambayad na sila ng Meralco. So instead of having a defeatist mindset, we should have a winning mindset. Try lang. Tawagan ko tong si client or si lead. Malay natin, di ba? Maging client na natin. Fixed mindset. Next na mindset, negative mindset. Ito yung, okay na ako sa ganito. Hindi ko na kailangan aralin yan. Hindi ko na kailangan yan. Alam ko na yan. Yan yung may mga fixed mindset. Pero when you have a growth mindset naman, parang kayo ngayon, I'm sure that you're all here today because you want to grow as a freelancer. Am I correct? So lahat tayo ngayon, I'm sure may growth mindset. And I just like to share with you yung uncapped mindset. So, alam niyo naman, Cap Hernandez, so I invented uncapped mindset. So it means removing the lid or the cover. So ano ba to? It's a combination of all four. And it's my belief that there's always room for growth, improvement, and success. And it's the understanding that we're never truly done, that we can always strive for more. But it's not just about reaching some imaginary peak. It's about embracing the journey and the process. Hindi ako dancer, pero there's this movie na sobrang favorite ko. And nag-goosebumps talaga ako nung napanood ko yung part na to. Sana mag-play.
So saying that to travel is better than to fly.
I was like, what? Yeah, because I used to think that there's one path to take to where you want to get. But if you choose that one path,
it doesn't mean you have to bet it all.
I realized that actually what happens along the way.
That count.
Stumbles, when the fall, friendships.
Friendships.
It's the journey,
It's the journey,
not the destination.
Not destination.
You just gotta, I guess, you gotta trust that the future will work itself out. It's supposed to.
Trust that the future will work itself out. Posted.
Yun. It's the journey, not the destination. Hanggang ngayon, ewan ko kung bakit, nag-goosebumps pa rin ako. It's the journey, not the destination. So if yung mindset mo ganon, you'll always continue to grow. Kasi if you're focused on the destination, once you reach that destination, you will stop growing and learning. So enjoy the journey. It's about being open to new opportunities and new ways of thinking. It's about not being afraid to take risks and step out of our comfort zones. And it's about constantly pushing ourselves to be better and do better. Activity. Quick activity lang. Which negative mindset from the list would you prioritize changing? Ayan. Siguro mga 1 minute. Yung negative mindset na you want to start changing. Is it fixed mindset? Scarcity mindset? Defeatist mindset? Or, nalimutan ko isa. Sino nakakaalala ng isa? Scarcity mindset. Scarcity mindset. Ten seconds. Ang bilis ng 1 minute. Okay, time's up. Sino nagsulat ng scarcity mindset? Okay, 2, 3, 4. Sino nagsulat ng fixed mindset? Sinong nagsulat ng defeatist mindset? Sino nagsulat ng, ano yung fourth? Nalimutan ko na naman. Victim mindset. Sino? Okay. Thank you guys. So, let's talk about being an introvert. Are you an introvert? Magte-test tayo ngayon. Pag yes ang sagot, please stand, okay? Hindi pa ngayon Hindi pa yan yung tanong. Do you feel drained after spending a long time in a stimulating social environment? Please stand up. So may konting extrovert. Yung mga extrovert, can you please go out? Just kidding. Okay, so please sit down ulit. Sorry. Konting 3 questions lang naman to. Next question. Would you describe yourself as someone who gets most of your energy from spending time on your own? Please stand up. Ayan, okay. Last na. So siguro sit down na lang pag tama yung sagot. Pag yes. Or sige. Hindi pala yes or no to. During a party, do you look forward to the party after the party, or are you thinking of an excuse to go home? Sino yung excuse to go home? Sit down. So ito yung pinakamaganda talaga. Ito daw yung pinaka-question if you want to know if you're an introvert or an extrovert. Ako, minsan di na ako nagpapaalam. Uuwi na ako. So how to strive in the freelancing world as an introvert? So pero is being an introvert a problem? Sometimes, no. Sige, let's try to answer this later. How can an introvert succeed in the freelancing world? So ito yung steps. I just mentioned yung first step, which is uncapping your mindset. Second is find your introverted superpowers. So yung mga naka-attend ng webinar ko before, nagawa niyo na to eh. So craft your personal brand. Third. Fourth is content with purpose. And fifth is be the best solutions provider. Ay, nakatingin ako doon. So find your... Okay, sorry. Ayan, please. Okay na. So step 2, find your introvert superpower. Why fit in when you were born to stand out? So I remember back when I was at Unilever Philippines, ito, some of you heard this story na. So I remember my boss telling me na, Kap, ang tahimik mo after 1 week of observing my teammates and him. Ang tahimik mo, paano ka makakabenta? So ako na-hurt ako, patulog na kami nun, hindi ako nakatulog. Pero after a month, I tried my best learning the work and best practices. Tumawag ulit yung boss ko sa akin, sabi sa akin after a month, Kap, anong ginawa mo? So sabi ko, bakit? Yung Baguio area mo, one of the highest sales ever. It's actually the highest sales ever, sabi niya. Paano mo ginawa yun? I tried not to fit in, pero I think I tried standing out na lang. Because I felt that I'm born to stand out. There were a lot of extroverts then, but I did not copy them. There were once this sobrang galing na introvert na boss na nung time na yon. Siya yung ginaya ko. So after, by third year and fourth year, kahit pa paano I won several awards. Pero introvert. Di ba? Hindi pala pero. I'm an introvert, but I won. Instead of trying to be someone else, find the best version of yourself. Instead of trying to be an extrovert, use your strengths as an introvert. So ito yung mga introverted superpowers. Introverted salesperson or freelancing superpowers. Please take a picture na lang. Pwede ko sumama. Ayan. So quick activity lang. List down 3 to 5 of your introverted superpowers. So balik tayo dun. Magaling ako sa analytical skills. I'm sure marami dito niyan. Magaling akong mag-planning. Si yan. So yan. So once nasulat nyo, keep it and learn how to take advantage or use it to your benefit. Okay, done? Sige. Done? Sige. So tandaan nyo lang and use it to your advantage. Step 3, build your personal brand. Your personal brand is the unique story you tell the world. So ito yung skill mo, unique skill, values, paano ka naging unique or how you stand out. Personal branding mo will attract opportunities. Ayaw. Look. Gumagalaw. Ayan, purpose. Yan yung mission mo. Gumagalaw. Skill. Professional image. And reputation mo. Yan. So, self-discovery. Reflect on your experiences, personality, and skills to identify what sets you apart from others. So, ano ba yung experience mo na naiiba? Ano yung knowledge mo na naiiba from the others? That's how you will stand out. Consider your values, goals, and aspirations to determine what is important to you. Identify areas you can improve upon, but also emphasize your strengths and accomplishments. So just to share, para lang magkaroon kayo ng better idea, throughout the years, ang dami kong gustong aralin. Digital marketing, video editing, SEO. Dapat magaling ako, alam ko dapat lahat. Web design. Pero last year, I had an Ikigai session. So, nalaman ko sa Ikigai session ko, Kap, magaling ka sa sales at passion mo teaching. So, kino-combine ko siya ngayon. Magaling sa sales and trying to be better and better when it comes to teaching kasi passion ko. Explore your interests, skills, and experiences to determine what you are passionate about. And lastly, consider how your passions can align with your career or personal goals. So siguro, what you can do is, kunwari ikaw si accounting mom. Tipong ganon. Para mas makilala kagad kayo. May parang hindi ko alam kung kilala nyo to. There's this girl sa top 100 din yata, yan. Si Nicole. So may kinikwento yung yung friend ko. Sabi niya, Kap, merong nag-talk about personal branding. In-invite ni Nicole. Sabi ko, sino Nicole? Yung yellow. Yung yellow background, kilala ko na. So, nung naalala ko yung Yellow at Nicole, naalala ko na siya yun. So, yung pa lang, you can stand out by just choosing your brand color. Establish your brand identity. So, project a unified brand. So, sino ba yung nakakita ng meme dito na, sige, get feedback and refine your image? Connected kasi yung first and third. Be consistent across platforms. Sino dito yung nakakita ng meme na ganito yung itsura mo sa Instagram, ganito yung itsura mo sa Twitter, or meron bang picture? Hindi kasi ako nag-Twitter. Ganito yung itsura mo sa LinkedIn, ganito yung itsura mo sa Facebook, ganito yung itsura mo sa Tinder. Ayun, so magkakaiba. So yung 4 platforms na yun, dapat consistent. Live your brand. So yan. Kunwari ganyan yung look nyo. I don't know kung kayo bahala. Kung ano yung tingin yung dapat na image nyo. Ako dati, sobrang hilig ko kasi mag-hoodie kahit mainit. Kaya nga usually when I go out, wala. Ay, nandun siya kanina. No, wala. Ayan. So, naka-hoodie. Pero iniba ko na yung yung image ko kahit papaano. I wear coat na. Ayun. Yeah, so content with purpose. Ang fourth, Ay, hindi na nakita yung optimizer profile. Ba't kaya hindi kita dito? Wala. So, optimizer profile, sorry guys. Can we look there na lang? So, optimizer profile, ayun, matagal lang. Sige, so, importante na we optimize our profile. So, ito yung si purple guy. So, yung kanina, si yellow girl, ito naman si purple guy. Talagang siya, nagsa-stand out dahil sa purple na color. So, maalala niyo kagad, di ba? Tapos, yung nasa banner niya, ang nakalagay, if your LinkedIn inbox would be filled with high-quality leads, how happy would you be? I help you position yourself as the expert you are. So, kung target market ka niya at makita mo siya na ganyan, makita mo yung page niya, kukontakin mo na siya. So, yun yung niya, yung MVS or headline, mission vision statement, sorry. Your purple LinkedIn coach, I help experts with a proven 4-figure offer wake up to an inbox filled with clients wanting to work with them. So again, checklist lang, clear profile photo. Wag yung yung hindi pa kayo nag-graduate. Optimized banner, A+ headline, and compelling about section. Dapat yung about section nyo, ma-highlight talaga yung skills ninyo at yung knowledge nyo. So ito yung sa akin, I help creative entrepreneurs grow their business. I help creative entrepreneurs get clients through my learning resources, communities, and online platforms. So kung creative entrepreneurs kayo, I'm sure kayo creative entrepreneurs. Creative entrepreneurs din. So, target market ko kayo. Pag nakita niyo yung page ko, makikita nyo, may call to action ako. Saan ba yung dito? Get my Selling for Introverts ebooks now. Tapos order my ebooks. Once you click that, makakabili na kayo ng ebooks. Pero, dahil nag-attend kayo ngayon, you'll get my free ebooks. You'll get my ebooks for free. Ayan. So step number 4, content with purpose. I think Miss Yanyan mentioned this a while ago na, about content. Pero let me share a little bit about content. So content creation is the process of generating and sharing information or media in any format. So text, picture, video. The goal is to inform, entertain, educate, or persuade a specific audience. So yan ang goal, guys. Inform, entertain, educate, persuade a specific audience. Wag puro about yung mga rants nyo. Imagine yung clients nyo, baka nababasa yon. Wag yung puro party, yung mga party after the party dyan, wag puro ganun yung post. So, dapat mga ganyan yung mga post natin. Ang tanong, what will I post? Define your goal first. Nagpo-post ka ba sa social media kasi you want to generate more leads for your business, land speaking engagements, attract business partnerships, grow your email newsletter, network with your favorite business leaders, influencers, and authors. So yan, pili kayo dyan. Pwede namang dalawa, o pwedeng tatlo kung gusto nyo rin. Pero dapat may goal kayo. Bakit ba ako magpo-post? Bakit ba ako nagpo-post? And then, who are you trying to attract? Mga high-ticket coaches ba? Mga e-commerce businesses? Mga restaurants and caterers or hotels? I'm not sure. So, kayo yung nakakaalam. Understanding your audience. So, ang i-focus nyo, ayan, what are their biggest problems? What keeps them up at night? What do they ultimately desire? What frustrations hold them back? Ayan. So, yan yung mga ano. Once alam mo na tong mga to, yan yung i-post mo. Ano ba yung usual problems ng walang accountant? Ano ba yung walang records, walang books. Messy books. So yun, post nyo. Why do you need an accountant? Or di ko alam ano. Di ako makaisip ngayon. Pero parang ganon. Tapos what keeps them up at night? Baka lugi na yung business. What do they ultimately desire? Of course, clean books. Yung ba yung opposite ng messy books? Clean books. Ayan. Organized. Ayan. Step 5 is be the best solutions provider. So back when I was at Unilever ulit, sorry, favorite ko kasi, one of my favorite work kasi yun. Ang tinitinda namin noon, Knorr liquid seasoning, mga Knorr cubes, Ladies Choice mayonnaise, green tea. Pero ang sabi sa amin, be the best solutions provider. Paano ba yun? Nagbebenta lang naman ako ng mga ingredients. So what I did then, or what we did, yun yung turo sa amin kasi. Kakausapin namin yung chef. Chef, paano nyo ginagawa yung sinigang nyo? Gumagamit kami ng sampalok. Hindi kayo gumagamit ng sinigang broth? Hindi, gusto namin natural, not natural. So, ang sasabihin ko, chef, baka may problem sa consistency. Meron po bang problem sa consistency? Kasi minsan yung iba maasim masyado, yung iba hindi. Tapos sasabihin ng chef, yes, yun nga yung reklamo ng iba. What if 50-50? 50% sampalok, 50% sinigang broth. O nga, no? So, yun. Nag-provide na ako solutions. Nakatipid sila, mas madaling gumawa ng consistent na sinigang, and at the same time, mas tipid pa sila. Who've heard about mamser selling? Ito, pinauso ko, I think. I think pinauso ko. Ito yung mga benta ng benta kahit hindi naman kailangan ng client. Ito yung, ma'am sir, bili na kayo nito. Ma'am sir, bili na kayo niyan. So, yun yung mamser selling. So, instead of pushing your services, ask first. Kaya may discovery call. Tanungin nyo muna kung ano yung kailangan ni client. Alamin nyo. There are several questions that you can ask the client. If you don't know what to ask the client, magpatulong kayo kay AI, kay ChatGPT. I'm going to meet a restaurant owner. Give me 5 to 7 questions or discovery call questions for me to find out what they need. My service is accounting. Kunwari. Yun, bibigyan kayo ng list of questions instead na mag-isip pa kayo ng questions. And sobrang those questions will really help you understand your client. Then, of course, provide the best solutions. So again, ito yung steps. Uncap your mindset. Find your introverted superpowers. Craft your personal brand. Content with purpose. And be the best solutions provider. So is being an introvert a problem? No. You just need to know how to take advantage of those superpowers that you have right now. The success you achieve is directly related to the steps you conceive. So again, this is my favorite, one of my favorite quotes. So right now, nandito tayo ngayon sa Jumpstart, and ang dami natin natutunan, na-motivate tayo, pero the question is, mamaya or bukas, or Monday na lang, mamomotivate lang ba ako? Or magde-decide ako to be the best freelancer that I can be? So again, I'm Cap Hernandez. I've been in sales almost half of my life. I've worked at Citibank, HIMC. I became a teacher at HIMC, Unilever Philippines, and then San Miguel Foods. I became a VP for Business Development at GTI, Head of Sales at Purple Bug, and Country Manager at 5 Miles Lab. These are just some of my top accounts when I was still in sales. And then these are my freelancing and agency accounts. Yung wala pa dyan, hindi pa nagbabayad. And these are my trusted partners. And these are just 3 of my communities: Philippine Graphic Artists, Creative Entrepreneurs Network, and Passionate Entrepreneurs of the Philippines. If you want to follow me, may link tree ako dyan. Just scan my QR code. And I also have a business card later if you want to get. Ayan. Again, we'll be giving out this free ebook. Good afternoon.
To give his takeaway. And I'm requesting Sir Michael Amoris to share his takeaway from the previous speaking engagement.
Thank you, Belle. Once again, good afternoon. My takeaway on the recently concluded topic about introvert is this. I try to look at it in a biblical perspective, wherein the Bible says that we are created in the image and likeness of God. Amen. So, in other words, if that is the case, then we must be able to see the beauty of God in every person. Why? Because we are carefully and wonderfully made by Him. So, because of this, each one of us has actually, it's not by accident that we are born in this world. God has a purpose for us to accomplish.
Yeah.
And that is the most important thing that we need to know. What is my purpose in life? Why I'm given the chance to live in this world. And that is the very reason why we have to discover our hidden talents, our hidden, there is something in us that is completely different from another person. So that's why they say that if we are born poor, it's not our fault. However, if we die poor, it is already our fault. Why? Because as children of God, we are supposed to receive God's blessings. So if we see people who are not making good use of their lives, they are not productive, it's because perhaps they have not really known what is their purpose in life. So being an introvert or extrovert, that's how we call ourselves. I am introvert, I am extrovert, but everything is beautiful in the eyes of God. And that is something that we all need to know, because God made us for a very important purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael Amoris. So can you tell the person next to you, you have a purpose? Ayan, you have a purpose, okay? So, to continue with our afternoon session, so of course, it's my honor and great privilege to introduce to you the last speaker for the day 1 session. So he is the person behind this Jumpstart community, and his heart for helping the Filipino community has led him to create the certification course for the U.S. tax preparation, the Enrolled Agent Program, and now the Jumpstart community. He is the CEO and the founder of Bedrock Business Builders. Please help me welcome with a warm and big round of applause, Joe Dichara.
Wow, thank you, Belle. I want to thank the speakers, Kat. Thank you for explaining to me why I felt like that my whole life. I always wanted to leave someplace early. Okay. I always wanted to be alone. Now I know that I thought there was something wrong with me. I'm an introvert and I'm proud of it. And I want to thank Larry and Marianne for speaking and for Belle for doing such an amazing job. I think we can give them all a round of applause. So, show of hands, how many people have an idea that they want to get into the US accounting market? That's it? I thought that's why you should all be raising your hand. Because like Larry said, that's where the money is. Okay, different time zone, but the Americans have the money. What if I were to offer you a very, very powerful free resource? Would you be interested? All right, remind me at the end of my talk, and I'll give it to you. That's what we call an open loop, right, Larry? Okay, can I ask you all a stupid question? There are no stupid questions. Who wants to be successful? Raise your hand. Keep your hands up. Who's willing to do whatever it takes to be successful? Okay, keep your hands up. Who wants to speak at my next event? Wait, we have. Oh, here we have one. Janine, take her info. All right. The truth is, I met Larry, and this isn't part of my slideshow, but I think this is important. When I reached a point in my career and I said, I want to take this to another level, because I just got done reading Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich and the Science of Getting Rich. And Michael actually alluded to it. And there were slides up here about abundance. And I said, there's no reason why I can't take this message to millions of people. And how am I going to do it? I did what Napoleon Hill calls a definite chief aim. And what I said in there was I was going to do it by talking to millions of entrepreneurs, by writing books, by talking about this to anybody that would listen, even people that wouldn't listen. Okay, I would just talk. Now, at the time, I had never written a book. I had done very little public speaking. It was the last thing that I wanted to do. Larry, what did you say? People would rather burn to death than...
All the top fears in the world. The number two, the number two fear is public speaking. Number one fear is public speaking. Number two fear is burning to death, not to die. Burning to death. We'd rather burn to death than
Yeah. So what I did was I had to step out of my comfort zone. I joined my friend Craig Duswald's mastermind, because what he did was he taught people how to speak from the stage, how to become an author. And that's where I met Larry. And Larry's seen me plenty of times on the stage, flubbing it, forgetting what I was supposed to say, literally shaking, stuttering. But I knew that I had to get through that so that I could do this. And today I've written a bunch of books. A couple of them are bestsellers. I've been speaking. And then I look at Marianne. And our first Jumpstart, hi, Marianne. I asked her to speak, and she did an amazing job. And then she said, that was the first time I ever spoke. And I said, I hate you. Because it was like she was in that. Now she's going all over the Philippines, probably all over the world to start speaking, right? I think I created a monster. So I didn't get a clicker. Am I supposed to have a clicker? Everyone else got a clicker. Okay, okay, so I got the speaker view, right? I don't need my phone. All right, obviously this is me, and my topic is how you can capitalize on today's freelance revolution. More specifically, the accounting freelance revolution. Because I've said it countless times, there is a serious shortage of accountants, not only in the US, what I'm learning is all over the world. But I only care about the US because, like I said, that's where the money is. Okay. Are there instructions with this? So another thing about doing this, and I learned this from Craig Duswell, things will go wrong. Count on it. It's not if things are going to go wrong. Expect them to go wrong. Okay? So if this looks a little familiar, it's because that guy back there showed me this. Okay? So let me tell you a little bit about Larry. The first time I met him, which was over 10 years ago, he talked about that board of advisors. Do you remember this, Larry? And I went up to him and I said, Larry, will you be on my board of advisors? And he's like, you know, Joe, I'm really too busy. Thank you, Larry. And then, and I'll get to this slide, I did what Larry calls a discovery call with him and his partner, Dave Braun. And it was just when I was starting Bedrock. And, you know, they asked me a bunch of questions and I was expecting them to give me like profound guidance. And what they told me was, you're not ready. You're not ready, Joe. You need to serve more. And I still have that video as proof because it got me mad. Because I said, I'm not ready. I'm going to show you ready. Okay? So thank you for that too, Larry. And that's what, and he told me what I needed to hear. He didn't tell me, oh yeah, Joe, you can do this. You'll own the whole world. No, he said, you're not ready. And I wasn't. This is how it all started. It was a little over 20 years ago, 2000, and probably right around this time, 2004, 20 years ago, I learned about this remote desktop protocol. And what it did was it allowed you to do work from anywhere. And a light bulb went off in my head. And I said, oh my God, I don't have to drive to my clients. If you know me, don't ever let me drive. You're putting your life in your own hands. I don't like to drive, which is one of the reasons why I love where I live. I don't need a car. So not driving to clients was like, I'm doing this. And I needed somebody to train. So who do you go to when you need somebody? You go to Mom. Now, Mom lived, you're enjoying this, Larry? Mom lived over 2,000 miles away. At the time, she was taking care of my grandparents, her parents, because, you know, they were in their 80s. She didn't want them driving anymore. They had to go to normal stuff, the doctor's appointments, going shopping. But she also needed to have a part-time job. So at 62, she's working part-time at a real estate management company. So I call her up. I said, Mom, I have this idea to work remotely, and I want to train you how to do bookkeeping. So what do you think she said? What are you, crazy? What are you, crazy, Joe? I live 2,000 miles away. Now, Mom never did. What she did on her experience on the computer was playing games and shopping. So she had no experience. Okay, somebody came up to me and she said, "Where are you?" She's 62, and she said, "If your mother did," yes, right there. Can you stand up? Thank you. And yeah, 62. So when people ask me, "Do you think I'm too old to do that?" No, I don't care if you're 82. You're never too old to learn and apply these principles. Not only did I teach my mother how to do QuickBooks, I taught her how to do payroll. She ran my business for over 15 years. I wasn't allowed to get involved with payroll. She said, "Stop getting involved. You're ruining it." Okay. So I didn't, when she retired, when I started Bedrock, she retired, and I called her up. I said, "How did you do this?" Because now I had to do it. Getting statements from clients. Oh my God, it wasn't easy. Plus, she was probably the only one in the world that could put up with me for 15 years. Okay. It was empowering to her. It changed her life. Why? Because she didn't have to drive to her brick and mortar job anymore. It was a relief. She didn't have to worry about my grandparents if something happened when she was at work. Now she can make her own hours. She was like, "I could play more games. I could do more shopping." And when I saw that, I said, "Oh my God, I want to teach other people how to do this." So I put together my training course, which was really the precursor for all the courses that we're doing today. Okay, so we did the training course, and now I am on my 4th type of accounting practice. My first accounting practice, I specialized in tax problem resolutions. Okay, I didn't like that. What I found out was I was dealing with a lot of people that had a lot of problems. It's like being a divorce attorney. Okay. Then I capitalized on QuickBooks. When they came out with QuickBooks, accountants hated it. And it reminds me of AI today. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't embrace AI, what was that saying? It'll eat you up. So learn it, use it, and capitalize on it. Because what I did with QuickBooks was I was years ahead of all the other accounting firms. What did I do? I went out training people that wanted to learn QuickBooks. And it took about 2 years, and then I realized this is a big mistake. Business owners should not be doing their own bookkeeping. Okay, so I switched to a traditional type of accounting practice. Okay, regular accounting, regular clients. I had some big clients, some small clients, but there was something wrong. There was something wrong. And what I know today is most of my clients did not share my core values. But I didn't know that at the time. I was just like, they're asking me to commit crimes, money laundering, tax evasion, and I couldn't believe it. But it wasn't the first time. I said, you know what? I'm tired of helping rich white men cheat the system. I'm going to do something different. And that's when I discovered the 26 million sole proprietors. And I said, those are the people that need the most help. They have the least amount of money. So think about this. I'm going from a profitable accounting firm. It's only something that a crazy person would do. And entrepreneurs are crazy. We're delusional. So I decided to start Bedrock. I walked away from 80% of my clients because I had money in the bank. I was delusional. I was like, this is going to be easy to get clients. And guess what happened? This was a little over 4 years ago. COVID hit. I couldn't go out like I always did, network, meet with clients, and that's how I always got new clients. So now I'm stuck at home. I ran out of money. I can't pay my rent. I found out my girlfriend's husband was living 2 blocks away for 4 years. So now I don't have her. I can't pay my rent. So I started praying. What else would you do? Is either jump out the window, and I was only on the 3rd floor, so probably I would have just broke my leg, or pray. And this is what my answer was. So here's a guy that told me, I don't have time for you, and you're not ready. And I said, you're the perfect guy. I want to hire you. Now, I can't afford Larry Brott. He's a world-class entrepreneur. I can't pay my rent. But anyone know the definition of insanity? Albert Einstein said, insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. So I said, I got to do something different. I need Larry. And Larry gave me a price. I'm sure it was like way lower than what he charges regular people, not crazy, delusional entrepreneurs. And we've met every 2 weeks for the past 4 years. And the results speak for themselves. Larry had just started this business called Hire My VA. Yeah, you're famous, Janine. You and Liz. Janine's turning red. Larry said, we're going to teach you how to hire Philippine VAs. Now, I had tried the whole world, literally. For some reason, I skipped over the Philippines, maybe because it's an island, and it was like I went to Bangladesh, India, and it just never worked out. And I found out why when I started. Then I hired Luz. Luz was one of my first accountants. I only found out later that she wasn't ever an accountant. She had an accounting degree, but that's how good I was at interviewing people. I was like, you look good, you sound good, you're hired. I was desperate. And then Luz, after like a month, she wanted to quit because I was angry. Every client I had was behind, but she said, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to show Joe DeChara I can do this job, and then I'm going to quit. That was 3.5 years ago. Thank you, Liz. Jumpstart 1. This was not my idea. Jumpstart, all I wanted to do in around October, I said, you know what? I want to meet all these people that I've been hiring. And I really want to get out of New York for a couple of weeks. So I came to Manila, and first it was like, oh, all these students want to meet you. We'll meet at coffee shops. And then it evolved to, I said, well, let's just have an event. It's easy, Janine. It's easy to put on an event. So we had our first event, and it went smoothly. Right, Janine? They were actually, I told them the only thing I want is coffee. We bought a brand new coffee pot, and it broke before the first cup of coffee. That was a disaster for me. But there were a lot of things that went on I didn't find out about until afterwards. And that went so well, and Janine loved it so much, and Belle. And Belle was never a host like this. Who thinks she's doing a great job? when Larry saw her at the last event, he said she could be a TV host. But she stepped out of her comfort zone and I was like, oh my God, she's a natural. I created another monster. So we put on Jumpstart too. And it was bigger. It was bigger. We flew Larry in from the United States. And he loved it so much. He was like me. He's like, I want you to bring me back. He's staying in BGC. You know, it's great there. Again, it went without a hitch. It was easy, right, Janine? She was like, Joe, let's do another event. Actually, after that event, I said, I don't ever want to do one of these again. Not because it was easy for me. I just showed up. But my marketing team, oh my God, it was, they put it this way, I could feel the stress because they were afraid of letting me down. Okay? That's what it was. So I said, I'm not putting them through that again. Plus, it cost a lot of money. It cost us a lot of money. We had dinner for 90 VIPs, right? Sherry knows. She has an event next week. So everybody pray for Sherry. So I sat next to Larry at dinner and I said, you know, we have all this positive energy. Everybody wants to know when the next event is. And there won't be another event. What do I do? And he's like, he talked about my friend's mastermind. He's like, you know why everybody went to Craig's events? I'm like, no, why? He's like, because of the community. Start a community. So that's what this is today. This is the grand launch of the community. And tomorrow I'm going to talk exactly about what Jumpstart is and what you could expect from us. So 3.5 years ago, now believe it or not, before Janine, I had an assistant, Elizabeth, and she was helping me. She was helping me so much, I decided to start paying her. So it was just me and her, but I was doing the website. I was doing all the slideshows. I was doing Facebook Lives and uploading them to YouTube. Okay? It's not like that anymore because today we have 15 full-time team members and 12 interns. Okay, and we started with accounting and the reason was because people said, you know, can I be an intern? And I said, okay, you want to work just for they don't do that in the United States. Okay, different mindset. There was a connection with me in the Philippine community. It was the communication. How many people here think they don't speak English well enough? Luz, come on. Usually, so Marianne, when I do, you're probably all just too shy to raise your hand. But when I do my classes and I meet with my students, I say, why aren't you going on interviews? And it's always because, oh, I've got to work on my English, or I don't have enough experience. Those are, what do they call, limiting beliefs, okay? So here are the steps, okay, to owning your own agency. Now, not everybody wants to own their own agency. If you do, be careful what you ask for. Right, Sir Joe? You could stop at every part. What, am I going over, Belle? Okay. So I'll speed this up. You could stop at any level here. You don't have to go and own your own agency, but these are the steps. First, you become a remote worker. Okay? You evaluate your skills. You get the LinkedIn profile like Caps talked about. You create a resume, not a CV. A resume is one page. Okay, 1 page. You set up your workspace. You learn interview techniques. And you start applying. And you start getting rejected. Accept that. Luz got rejected like 40 times. And then I hired her. Learn interview client closing techniques. Hook up with Marianne. She's probably the best I've ever seen at it, including me. Okay, I'm good at it, but she's got it down to a science. Then you become a freelancer. What's the difference? When you're a remote worker, like all of my Bedrock people are, you work for one company. You're not a freelancer. You become a freelancer when you get your first client. So you could be a remote worker and a freelancer. How do you get clients? It's actually pretty simple. You start with the people you know. 90% of our business comes from people we already know. Okay? You ask. You don't ask a business owner, hey, can I do your bookkeeping? That's not, you let them know, hey, you know what? I'm starting my own bookkeeping business. Do you know anybody I might be able to help? Okay? You incentivize them. Hey, if you send me somebody, I'll give you a Starbucks card. I don't know why everybody wants a Starbucks card. Referrals. This is all stuff you've heard today. It's nothing new. But what you want is you want a referral system. You actually want to implement a system. Don't just expect people to send, because the truth is, if you're successful, people think you're too busy. So what do? When I meet with the client, I have another motive. I'll meet with any client anytime. Because at the end of that conversation, I'm going to say, hey, do you know anybody I might be able to help? You incentivize. You make it easy. Hey, just send people to Time with Joe. You leverage customer touch points. You track it. And then you thank people. Hey, thank you for sending. You don't even have to pay them money. We have an affiliate program, but people send people to us because they actually want to help their friends. They call me sometimes and say, can you do me a favor? My friend needs an account. And I'm like, let me think about that. Let me think about it. Have a social media strategy. Again, Marianne is like the queen of social media. It's like, do you do anything else? All I see is you posting, and you're always at a restaurant or the gym. She goes to the restaurant and then she goes to the gym to work off all the calories. Okay, this is a formula for success. Define your goals, know your audience, create quality contact. Cap just talked about this. Engage, that's what Marianne does. She doesn't just, make a connection. She talks to that person like they're at a party, at a networking event. See what's working, and then keep doing that. Lead generation. Okay. We're right now in Bedrock. The thing was, I said, you know what? We're growing organically by getting referrals. Let's create a more defined system. Using LinkedIn, using social media, landing pages, free content. Okay. Attract a following. How do you do that? You give content on social media. After a while, people are following you. I started 4 years ago by doing a Facebook Live every night. Okay, and I'm like, it's so loud you could hear the crickets chirping. Like nobody's watching. Well, guess what? A lot of people were watching. I just didn't notice. They were following me. And then I started getting clients. I started getting traction. What did Larry say? Be patient. Consistency. And you will have a following. I think Mariana, what do you have, like 26,000 followers on LinkedIn? Who's counting? She's got 27. You can build a community. You could start a Facebook group for free. You know, who's that mommy group? She's got over 500,000 mommies that want to be freelancers. That's huge. Marianne, when I met her, she had 1,500. And I said, Marianne, you know, I respect you that you're quitting. I really can't believe it. You broke my heart. But maybe I could teach those 1,500 people in your group how to do US taxes. It's got close to 20,000 now. Now we get to building an agency. Because what happens, and sir, I was just talking to Sir Joe about this, you have a job, you become a remote worker, then you get a client, and this is exactly what happened with me and almost every other account. You have an accounting job, you get experience, you get a client. You're going to get a client even by accident. Okay? Now you got one client. That client says, hey, my uncle needs an account. You start getting, all of a sudden, you got 5 clients. Then you got 10. Then, you know, you're like, hey, I'm working my full-time job, and then I got to work another 6 hours when I get home. Either you're going to quit your job and do this full-time, or you're going to let some clients go. Okay? Or you say, I'm going to build an agency. How do you do it? A lot of the things you heard today. You build a niche. You develop your plan. This is key. You have to know how to build a team. I learned how to do that from Larry. Believe it or not, I wasn't born like this. Everything that I have God-given gifts. I also have character flaws. Luz knows all about them, right, Luz? Okay. I have a good side. I have a bad side. You know, I'm working on the bad stuff all the time. But everything I do today, I learned. Okay. It can be learned. And I learned how to build a team. I'm learning how to be a leader. Something I never wanted to do. Okay. You heard it today. Establish your brand. Network. Meet people. Create a system. Again, and we'll talk about standard operating procedures. We have an onboarding system for new team members. We have an onboarding system for interns, one for clients, okay? We don't just sign people up. Okay, Marianne talked about an engagement letter, a proposal. It takes time to create all this stuff, but today, it's easy. We just, fill in the blanks. Once you get your system down, you just keep doing it over and over again. Anybody wants to connect with me? I tell everybody, I don't do that much accounting anymore. I'm bored. I'm actually lonely. I'm waiting for people till I'm like, how come nobody's making an appointment with me? They probably all think, oh, he's too busy. Don't make an appointment with me if you want to know about relationships or raising children. I'm not the person you want to talk to. If you want to know about American taxes and dealing with entrepreneurs, make an appointment with me. We're on social media, believe it or not. Just Google us. Google Bedrock or go on Facebook or Instagram and do a search. We're everywhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Joe, for that speaking engagement. And I believe that all of us learned, all right, new stuff today. And of course, that is about building your own agency. And so, to apply what we have learned so far, let me call on Coach Yan Yan, all right, to facilitate our afternoon activity. Right? So, okay na ba tayo? Pwede na ba tayo ulit mag-Zumba? Ready na ba ulit ang ating muscles? No, kidding aside, so we're going to have an activity and this activity is very applicable to you because I've also learned this one to Larry's book. If you have seen nanalo sa book ni Larry, if you will finish the victory book, one thing I've learned in that book is you really have to write the tasks. Make sure you have written all the tasks in your mind and then slowly apply it and forget it na joke. And forget it because there's so much in our mind, then we have to really apply. So the task that we're going to do right now, we will have a 40-minute activity, but we will hahatiin natin ang hirap. Hahatiin natin 20 minutes. So the task, meron ba kayong pen and paper or pad? So earlier Larry gave us the structure of our mission, vision, and core values. This is in preparation for you to really have to start your agency, right? It's very hard to create a vision and mission and core values as early as now. But today, we don't have to be perfect on creating one, but at least we have started, right? At least these three things. So 20 minutes, create your mission. First is your agency name. I remember I asked these questions to the community. What's your agency name? Maraming sumagot doon iba't iba. So saan nanggaling yung mga names? And we're so happy to have you here. Ayan, mayroon pa ba ng pa-jacket? Ayan. Okay. Hmm? Hmm? Si Israel. Jumpstart. Jumpstart. Excited ka. Dispose ko kami. Akin na lang yan, boss. Gusto mo i-dispose? Ako lagi na sa dispose.
since one thing that I learned is that change is the only constant thing in the world. So we have to embrace it and innovate. Next is growth. We have to be growth minded, forward thinking, community building, because we are not just doing this for ourselves, but for the community as well. Solutions oriented, of course, fun. Who would not love to have fun while doing accounting? Some people think that accounting is boring, right? And the last core value is clear and straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. So you're gonna stay there in the meantime so that Larry can evaluate.
Are you sure this is the first time?
Um,
I think that was amazing. I don't know what you guys think, but I think. So, a couple of things. I'm a big, yes, thank you, you're right, sorry, I was already corrected. I'm a big fan that if people don't know what you do in the name of your company, particularly in the early years of your business, then you're gonna have a lot of roadblocks. Pretty much, you know, the phone service called Verizon. Have you heard of this? So I'm not married now. My former mother-in-law used to be an executive of what was called Air Touch Cellular. Air Touch Cellular, the cell phone company. They were the precursor to Verizon. So when she and my former brother-in-law, came home and said, rebranding. We're gonna call the company Verizon. I said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I was wrong. But they ended up spending something like $15 million to rebrand the company to educate the public. If you've got the money to educate the public, go do something really fun like that. However, most of us don't have $15 million to rebrand. When I hear Feather Ledger, I get it. Only because I know that this is an accounting. Most of you are accountants. If it were me, I would add another word on there. Maybe it's Feather Ledger accounting services or bookkeeping, or add something else on there, because it could just be a Feather Ledger. It could be like a leather journal, something like this. Oh, are they selling journals? Does that make sense? You guys agree with me or do you disagree? Okay, so that's number one. On the vision, I wouldn't change it. I think it's awesome. What do you think, Joe? I think it's awesome. The mission I thought was spot on. So you got to remember, remember I was talking earlier about kind of a dynamic business plan. What's the word dynamic mean? It can change. It can morph a little bit, right? I think it's awesome. I would do it. Now, it may change a little bit. The only thing I would say is if you can make it shorter. There's kind of a saying that says that mission statements ought to fit on a bumper sticker or a T-shirt, so that it's easily so that people can remember it. Because as you build your empire, you want to build a global organization, all right, you're going to have thousands of accountants working for you, or at least hundreds. You want to be able to go to anyone in the business and say, what's our mission? Maybe they may not understand the total vision, but they understand what the mission is. So keep it so everybody remembers it. On your core values, that's up to you. I think your core values are spot on. I like all your core values. The only change I would say, 2 changes, consider adding a word to the name and shorten your mission statement. But I think it's an amazing start. I would give you an A if you were my student. Right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree with Larry. I was like, wait a second. She must have known that this was going to be the project. I agree 1,000,000% with Larry. You know, I came up with Bedrock Business Builders. Actually, a lot of people think that we're a construction company. But, you know, for me, it's to build a firm foundation. When you said Feather Ledger, I was like, this is going to be a disaster. But then you finished with that. And I agree with Larry. You just said Feather Ledger accounting. or feather ledger bookkeeper. Then people say, oh, that's what she does. You know, I'm thinking feather, I'm like, what is she selling birds? But also, I just want to share this with you, Larry. I just changed, like last week, our dynamic business, what is it called? Dynamic business. Yeah. I just changed it. I shortened the core values. I changed the mission. It's not like a complete turnaround. I just, redefined this and I could get more focused. Okay, because our business has evolved. So it's, I like what you said, the first version is better than no version.
Version 1 is better than version 1.
Yeah. But when I did mine, it was hard. For you, it was too easy. Thank you. What I do like about Feather Ledger is that as you grow your empire, you could have, as people get to know who you are, you could have Feather Ledger accountants, Feather Ledger tax services, Feather Ledger payroll. These could be silos under your umbrella brand. You guys like that idea? Or you think it's a crazy idea? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Great job.
Thank you, Larry and Joe. All right, we will tell our Mrs. Lee and this is Franklin. Okay. So, the vision is to be one of the most trusted and innovative bookkeeping agency in the Philippines, empowering international businesses to achieve financial clarity and success. Sorry with the mission, it's also the version 1 of my mission. So I will keep on improving. So this is my first version also. Our mission is to provide accurate and efficient bookkeeping services tailored to, sorry, it's long, the unique needs of each client. We are committed to delivering exceptional value through personalized service, advanced technology, and deep understanding of financial best practices by maintaining the highest standards of integrity, professionalism. We aim to build lasting partnership and support our clients in reaching their financial goals. So the core values I chose, these core values are somewhat related in bookkeeping. So the first core is flexibility. So over the years, I've been working with different clients, and I learned that flexibility is really a good core because I've been working with VAs and different cultures and different personalities. So you have to be very flexible. Accuracy. So of course, financial statements should be validated and reconciled. So that's the core values. Efficiency on time of the deliverables to build integrity with clients. Systemization, implementation of and monitoring like trackers, building SOP documentations is also important for me for systemization. Motivation when issue happens. It is very important for me also motivation because when issue happens, problems in finances. So if you are motivated, I have the courage to resolve
also to build good relationship with clients and also with VAs. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to follow along.
Can I record?
Yeah. So
Thank you.
what was the name of the company?
Savvy Bookkeepers.
So the first thing I'm thinking is you want to do bookkeeping for people from Saudi Arabia. Oh, savvy bookkeeping. Oh, that'll work. That'll work. The vision and the mission I like, except, and this was the hard part for me. You got to shorten it. That is hard.
That is
Okay.
hard.
What did I think Abraham Lincoln said? If I had more time, I would have made this letter shorter. Okay. I love the core values. So all you got to do is shorten the vision and the mission statement. That's what I thought. Okay. I agree on shortening the mission. Okay. To me, it was way too long, only because think about this. Remember earlier I talked about how the strategy is we're going to war to save mankind, right? And it goes on and on, right? What you want to do for the mission is so that the lowest ranking person in the field knows what the mission is. So there's I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a legend. John F. Kennedy, who was one of our presidents in the United States, made a goal. We're going to put a man on the moon. So they formed NASA. All right. I've seen somebody was wearing a NASA shirt back in October when I was here. And I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. Right. And so there was a story about where he was walking through this new space center that America had built. And there was a guy sweeping the floors. And he walked up and introduced himself, the president, to this janitor and said, what do you do around here? And he said, I help put men on the moon. That's what the janitor said. Okay, so how do you get every person on the team to understand what your mission is? It's got to be shorter. It doesn't have to be, I put a man on the moon. It doesn't even be 6 or 7 words, but make it memorable. Because it felt like your mission was more of your vision. Okay? Number 2, core values. This is just me. Please don't get offended. This is my opinion. And we've all got opinions. Sometimes opinions stink. Okay? I don't like the word flexibility in an accountant's core values. I don't want my accountant to be flexible. Because guess what? They could cook the books. They could lie. They could cheat. I don't want that. I don't want Joe's old company doing my books. I understand what you're talking about, though. So I wonder, is there another word that means the same thing, but that's not flexible? I don't know. I would call it reliable. I like client-centric. Something along those lines. Does that make sense? Motivation, that doesn't resonate with me personally, the way you got it in here. But I think doing stuff like client-centric, integrity, efficient, I think those are really good. I think you're on the right path. You guys are so much better off than when I first did mine. 20-some years ago. And I didn't have, by the way, I didn't have a group like this. I was just trying to figure it out. So I think you are well on your way. Like Joe, I like savvy bookkeepers. Yeah, right? Because it says, these guys have got their stuff together. Congratulations. I think this is awesome. I think, Marianne, did you have something you wanted to say? I see your hand go up. No? Oh, okay. All right. People waving their hands around.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is for everybody. One thing you taught me today is that you have your dynamic vision plan on your website so that the whole world could see. You know, for me, I shared it with my team and I emailed Janine. I'm like, we're putting it on our website so the whole world could see. we don't have our strategies on there. I really don't want the competition necessarily to know what the strategies are. Having the vision, mission, and core values, I think, are really important. Okay, make sense? Thank you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, you're well on your way to greatness.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, John. Thank you, Donna. Participant, we have Maha, and then we'll follow you next. Okay, parang ang dami talagang gusto mag-ano.
Mark here, for those who are wondering. You know, I'll be standing over in front of the air conditioner because I'm not used to this heat.
So, hello everyone. I am Mahalalel Cuba. I'm from Negros. I'm really very shy, but I just want to take this opportunity to get the best help without being judged.
I'm shocked because you seem very bold right now. That's very good.
I actually followed Bedrock since 2022, and I always wanted to join Jumpstart One, and finally I'm here. I'm grateful with my friends. Yes, I am really I'm always this year I'm really optimistic to really put up my own or an accounting agency of my own or with my friends.
Let me just
So I have-
reminder, when you guys come up, try to have the microphone about like this.
Sorry.
Is that okay? That makes sense? I know, if you've never done this before, it's really weird.
So I have two accounting the organization name. The first one, I had this one since February this year. It's Ledger Masters, because I want to project expertise in what I provide. And then today, I'm thinking that if I have to do it on my own, it could be M1, M from my initial, Mahalala, M1 Accounting Services. So just a very simple one. And then I want to go directly to core values, because this is where I play around my vision and mission. So for my core values, I really identify what is with me, or what is it that I want to carry out in my agency, and that is accountability, consistent, commitment, loyal, and simplicity. So that brings me up to craft my vision, which is to be a top virtual accounting and bookkeeping service provider, offering reliable, straightforward, consistent services dedicated to providing solutions. And for my mission, actually, I just really copy the example. For my mission, it says accountable people providing simple and consistent accounting support.
Okay, don't go away. You're in the hot seat. Okay, I would say if you're going to go with Ledger Masters, the same thing that we were talking about earlier. I would add bookkeepers, accounting, something along those lines, me personally. I got nervous when you said M1, but then when you said M1 Accounting Services, okay, as long as you got it in there, I would really stay away from funny names that people don't understand. But once you add accounting services, I understand what it is. Now, the downside of that is people are used to hearing A1. What does A1 mean? Like the top, A1. Is M1 less than A1? I'm just asking the question. I don't know. Like, is Motel 6 better than, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just asking the question. But I do like the accounting services. I really love your core values. Did you say stability is one of them?
Simplicity.
So it is?
Simplicity.
Simplicity. Is simplicity a core value?
I just copied it.
Okay, I know it's on there, but I'm just asking you, right? Because remember, core values are not to be compromised.
Mhm.
Would you ever compromise simplicity?
Like I get integrity. I'm not going to compromise integrity. Joe wants me to do something that's against the law or it goes against my morals. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, Joe. Either you need to change or I can't be your accounting company, right? But if somebody says, I know that's the simplest way, but I really need it to be this way. Is that really a core value? Would you compromise that?
Maybe.
You say it really takes 3 steps. And I say, well, listen, my insurance company requires that I do 5 steps. Yes, it's simpler to do it your way. I'm just asking the question. Okay. Only you can answer that.
Maybe it's something like, not complex. So maybe something like that.
Well, we can brainstorm it. Okay. All I'm saying is go with it for now. When I first did our first dynamic business plan for growth, it was one of our early leadership summits. And I'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow. So we came up with that whole dynamic business plan for growth. And then the next year we changed it. It probably changed by about 20%. The next year we looked at it again and it changed about 10 more percent. And the next year it changed about 5%. And then for several years it stayed the same. And then during the pandemic, we changed it about 20%. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. These are living documents. Okay? That makes sense?
I could change it for stability.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. I love the vision statement and I like the mission statement. I think that you're on. I think it's great. I mean, I put exclamation point, yes, exclamation point on your vision statement. I think it's beautiful. Joseph? He prefers to be called Joseph now, I've heard.
You want to get hurt?
Yeah.
So you said it's a dynamic business plan, right? No, it's not. It's a dynamic business growth plan. Okay. I'm just saying. Okay. So you created it, so. Yeah, what Larry said, I would agree with the mission, the vision, the 4 values, and the name. Nobody's gonna know the end name. You know it's your name. Okay? I love ledger masters, but I would suggest accounting masters or bookkeeping masters. Not everybody's going to know, like, your accounts. We know what a ledger is. But you want your name to, when the world hears it, oh, that's what they are. Okay? I'm like, if you don't take accounting masters, I'm going to get the website. That's it. Good job.
Thank you.
And what Joe just said, I used to do this all the time when I would go to these types of things and people would come up with names. I had GoDaddy open and I'd be buying URLs all day long. And then they'd go to try to buy, I would give it to them. I'd done it so many.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that was his rule, but I always did it to give it to them. And I could afford it. But here's the thing, because the more you go on and search for URL, bigger the value, the more value it gets. So truly, wherever you went, where did you go? There you are. You should get accounting masters, whether you use it or not. I'm just going to throw this out there. I used to, they call it, what the heck do they call it? When you land bank these URLs. I used to have about 500 URLs that I knew I was never going to use, but they were good URLs. The one that I sold the most for, I bought it for $8 or something like that, $8 US. I sold it for $20,000 US dollars. Okay, and I never used it, but finally somebody stumbled across it. So get accounting masters, because if you don't, and this is being live streamed, someone's going to.
I like another tool, but since we don't have, enough time for everyone, so So good afternoon, everyone. If Maya is shy, I'm also shy and nervous. But I have to do this so that Mr. Larry will critique me. This is actual. My agency name is M to Ababa Bookkeeping Services and Consultancy. So my inspiration why I named my agency is it's a family. It can be a family legacy later on. And then bookkeeping, because bookkeeping is an integral part of a good business financials and a foundation of good accounting, like that. And consultancy because we can be already advancing our business. Minsan, it took almost, minsan 2 times, 2 hours for me to advance our. So sometimes they are purple and they are arguing in front of me. And then service, because being a service, it's unique. Meaning, if we extend service, it has to be unique, which is apart from other bookkeeping services that are offering, we have firms that are offering bookkeeping services. So, sure, I crafted just this kanina. Actually, I was finding hard time to craft this one. For almost 10 years, I was practicing this bookkeeping services, but thank you for this moment that I have crafted this for only just now. Because maybe it's in my brain cells now, and it's in my heart. So I have to express it to my extremities, my hand, I have to write. So this one is my vision. So a dedicated entity empowered to help small business owners respond to the ever-changing landscape of business, the automation and digitalization. Because actually, so integrate over integrate for us legit keepers, they are partnering with us. So they gave us that $1 promo for just to introduce to our clients. But then in the Philippines, small business owners are not yet so familiarized with our software. So it's really hard time. We still have to educate them. So my mission is to educate and assist small business owners reach their maximum income potentials, their automation and scalability. And my core values are innovation, integrity, responsiveness, and adaptability. So that's it.
Mic drop. Well, by the way, you can't tell that you're shy. What I love about you folks that are getting up here, you think you're shy and then you get up here and you can't tell that you're shy, right? You get up and you just have the courage to step through it. So thank you. I think it's awesome. I love your vision. And that you, now that you've been working on it or thinking about it, know you needed it for all these years and now you've got it. Have you ever felt like things are just divinely, I don't know, they come through you from some other space, you know, it's not in here, but it comes from the universe or God or wherever? That's probably what's happening for you. The mission, I love. Core values, I love. I wouldn't change any of this. What do you guys think? No. Perfect. Did you say perfect? I know, it's crazy, isn't it? They're smarter than you and I are, Joe. I think it's beautiful. Oh, here's the thing. I would say this about your name. I love that you have consultancy in there. Love it. And I love the legacy part, by the way. Like you got your name in there. I've got my name of my company is in there.
my thought originally, when I started my company, there was going to be a multi-generational legacy as well. It's not going to be now, but well, I'll tell you maybe one day why that's not going to happen. But I love it. The thing about bookkeeping is I know a lot of bookkeeping services and accounting company or service, and that's all they do. They do the bookkeeping, but they never give the client feedback. Like, I have a lot of clients, and if you were to take the best practices from these companies and apply them to your company, I can help you grow your business. And having as a consultancy, that's what you can do. And by the way, most business owners understand, if I'm going to be hiring a bookkeeping company sorry, I got the sidetrack. If I'm going to hire a bookkeeping company or an accounting company, that's a long-term commitment that I'm making. I'm a little bit afraid of commitment, maybe as a business owner, but I might hire you as a consultant to come in and look at my books, and that's a foot you have in the door to provide a long-term relationship. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you so much, because really, I'm an authentic person. I speak from the heart. This is the first time I posted this vision and mission statement. Thank you.
So, can I go? No, I have something to add. What was the name again?
My name or the
name of the business.
MP Ababa Bookkeeping Services and Consultancy.
Okay. Yeah, I love it too. But here's the thing. You're all calling yourselves bookkeepers. You gotta and that's fine if you want to be a bookkeeper. But you gotta differentiate between what a bookkeeper is and what an accountant is. I would change it to accountant. Okay, because if bookkeepers don't really offer consultant, okay, and if you took one of my classes, we have the triangle, right? The client, the bookkeeper, and the accountant.
Yes.
That's the perfect relationship. The bookkeeper takes the transactions, compiles it, reconciles it, and categorizes it. The accountant helps the bookkeeper and the client create the accounting system. Okay, and then the accountant and the bookkeeper meet with the client. That's how I learned how to do accounting. So if you want to be a bookkeeper, to me, you're limiting yourself. Call yourselves accountants. Okay, it makes a difference. So they will have more respect for you, believe it or not. Okay, because when business owners think of bookkeeping, they're thinking about like one part. Okay. Now I know that's not true. Bookkeeping is probably the hardest part of accounting. Okay. That's the truth. But we're putting our names out there so that the world says, oh, she's an accountant and she offers consultants. I agree with Larry. I love that part. Here's the caveat to the name part. When you use your last name or your family name in a business, you got to remember who's your audience. For instance, if you are going to be trying to get American clients, that might be a hard one to stumble over. I'm just throwing it out there. If your clients are going to be Philippines, yeah, it's awesome. But just think, you just have to think about that. Okay, like if I knew that I was going to be doing hotels in Japan, for instance, my hotel company, I wouldn't be using Rotten Hotels in Japan. That's me personally. You just have to think about that. Americans have these big tongues and we can't say a lot of things that a lot of Asian cultures and communities can do. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, that's great though. Yes, Joe.
Can I now?
That's okay.
This is for everyone. Yeah, this is for everyone because when I changed the name of my agency, I did not use the word bookkeeping.
Why? There is not much. That means you charge $2 to $3 per hour. So what I did, I can't get approved actually securities and exchange commission. Just source Philippine accountants and papers, OPAB, right? And it's not getting approved because of the word Philippines. You know, so we keep brainstorming. I applied so 5 times for the name, and they keep disapproving it. It's recently last week got it approved. The word I use is found imagine. So when they look at it, they will say, "Oh, it's premium. It's a premium." And I don't get any services now for below $15 per hour because of that word that I've changed. And when they look at my website, I even added now it's outsourced. We keep using the word freelance. Okay, everybody go with the freelance. I'll go with the outsource. I stand out. So every week I have clients. And then when they look at freelance, there's a word prime. Outsource, there's a word prime there. So that means we're the company that US and Middle East look for this word, accountant outsource, they will find my website. So you are competing with me and you're not gonna get it. Okay, right? So that is a key. Don't use the word bookkeeping. Put it on a higher level. Accountants, controllers, accounting manager. Use those words. Okay, that is really big thing. Everyone, look at the freelancing. They will use accounting and bookkeeping solutions. Bookkeeping solutions. Bookkeeping. Everyone is bookkeeping. I said, wow, that's really good. Keep it. I use outsourced from accountants. Right? So that is really a point. Yes.
Mr. Jonathan, it's because you are a self-registered. So for me, I'm an individual. I'm an individual.
Because of here, for individual agency, I use the word freelance finance control. I don't even use that's for API, you know, yeah, that one. Solid framework. Good thing is, you are doing it yourself, project or weekly, you are the authority in this field. So, Mr. Jonathan, excuse me. So I am right now that I applied for this is to share. Apply for closure of the business actually. Yes, someone was yes, you can close it and reapply. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I mean, thank you so much.
You can sit down. Yeah, you can sit down. You have my permission. Yes, words like prime, premium, platinum, those are all great for your business, okay? Are we done?
Thank you so much. Now, what I'm going to do is so good. I shall good. Thank you. So, first, I would like to ask Douglas to set up the chairs. So today, right at this moment, this is very very questions. So yeah, so sino dito, meron dito questions about how to deal with the agency. So, because of my questions now, and the first will address all of your questions. So, there are questions, right? So you can address your question from our experts. So we have Larry Bell, we have Dr. We have Gertrude, and Mr. Joanne. Question already. Okay. Any ayan, don't be afraid. Ayan, this is your time to ask questions from our board speakers for the evening. Okay.
I want to formulate these long questions. Ayan, so, wow, you said it. Okay, do I have a question for this service? Just kidding. Okay, sorry. Okay. Ayan. Not really a question, but some a favor from Miss Yan. If you would you, are you willing to share some templates for a contract, client contract, or client or onboarding list? Because you know, most of us are really wanting to have this freelance journey in the next level, but we don't have the idea. I've enrolled in phase one of your mentoring last year, but I was not able to join the accounting elite. I know you've been providing help on the documentation and everything. So I just want to know if you're still willing to provide. Thank you for that wonderful question. Miss Universe lang, di ba? Tawag dito. So, when I started as a freelancer, that's also the problem. That's why I created my coaching session. Because I've experienced the process of how to get clients, how to win interview, onboarding and workflow and the marketing. I create that 4 phases because that's the struggle of a freelancer. That workflow is applicable to freelancer, but now if your path is going to be an agency owner, it's totally different on onboarding. I always tell it to my talk that all of the accounting fee that I went through, I cannot count anymore, but Bedrock has the best onboarding on that part. When they said I hired, after a minute of 1 day, they already send the email, congratulations, the contract signed, and then surely they already have a calendar, you will watch a video. So those things, that's why when we as a Jumpstart, I always said that all the materials that we had to really give you the best platform system that you can use. You just have to copy and apply it. But for me, I'm still on the learning process. That's why that I'm missing. I'm good in getting clients, but after I get clients, what's next? We will do the email to the candidate that she is already hired. And who will email the client, we will send the proposal. So did I answer your question? Am I right?
This is actually one of the reasons why we started Jumpstart. Exactly what you just asked. It took us a long time, okay? And it was a team effort to create every step of not only for the clients, but like when we hired Marion, okay? We have an onboarding system for teammates, for interns. Not only do we have an onboarding process for that, when they're done with their stint, we have another process. Okay, we have a process for clients to onboard them. We have sorry to see you go document. Okay, so yeah, if a client leaves on their own reason, or we decide we want to do business with them, they get a sorry to see you go letter. Okay, so we share all of that stuff with anybody that's in Jumpstart. Okay. We have to create a system for that. Yes.
All right. Okay. So yes, Donna. I have a question. For a startup agency, what does an organizational structure look like?
Me? What does the organizational structure look like? Well, I think Joe can probably answer it from a tax perspective, okay? For a startup agency, though, the organizational structure is going to be you in the beginning, right? And I would suggest, they have these things called virtual assistants out there. Maybe you've heard of them. I'm kidding with you. You may want to do that for, you're not going to be able to do it all. Like in the beginning, you can do 1 or 2 clients, but there's only so much that you can do. Because when you look at everything that I spoke about, just in my talk, let alone the amazing stuff that Cap spoke about, and Marianne spoke about, and all these other rock stars have spoken about, you can't do it all by yourself. You can't do social media. Those people who are great bookkeepers and accountants are not great marketing people. They're different sides of the brain. You might get rare people out there who can do it all, right? So the organization is you in the beginning, and you're going to wear a lot of different hats. You just need to get used to it. By the way, has anyone told you that this is going to be a very hard journey? It's going to be a hard journey. The great thing is it will be the most rewarding thing that you've ever done in your life if you can hang in there, okay? You might be a really creative type, like this guy sitting here, right? If you aren't following him, the great stuff that he's doing. But you know what? He's got a team that helps him out now, build infrastructure, right? And so just do everything that you can in the beginning and know that it's going to hurt sometimes. If you are trying to do this by yourself, though, I'm going to be really direct. You are wrong. You must be in a community like Jumpstart or some other one. You may find another one that's as good or better. Good luck. You're already here, right? But tap into these other services from folks who are bolder and brighter than you are than you are in certain areas. You're an accountant or bookkeeper, correct? Are you an expert marketer as well? Probably not. Are you an expert at human resources and hiring people? Are you good at that? And talent acquisition? Probably not. So you should probably find someone who can help you in that area. So outsourcing and getting freelancers to help you is the best way and most economical way to do it. Imagine if you had to hire Pat or Joe, you know how much that would cost you to have them on your team? Well, you can get them virtually or their team members virtually, right? You have access to world-class experts at a fraction of what it costs to bring them on your team. I don't know, Kat, what do you think?
I'll give her my card later. Can I add to that? One of my business mentors told me before when I was still starting, he told me to hire when you're ready. When you're ready mentally and financially. So if you still can't afford adding a team, then maybe yes, you can outsource or, for example, give someone a commission for him or her to do the sales or marketing. So, but for now, do it on your own. Learn marketing, learn finance, learn sales. Then eventually you can share it. You can share the systems that you've already created, and then hire your first and second and third employees.
I agree. You can use YouTube to learn a lot of things.
Yeah, so believe it or not, this guy over here taught me all about this stuff. Okay, you know, building a team. The first thing that you made me realize, the biggest mistake I was making, and I think you said it in your presentation, was I kept hiring myself. What a mistake. What a mistake. And yeah, like Captain Rose said, and I shared this, I was doing everything. I'm only good at a couple of things. Okay. I'm dangerous enough to know how to do a website, how to edit a video, how to upload it to YouTube. Okay. But I'm not great at it. And the first hire, and again, hiring people, I hate that. I hate interviewing people.
Larry had to teach me how to actually put an ad out. I used to hire the first person that applied, right? And he taught me, what did he teach me, Marianne? Put a secret word in the ad. Why? Because I'm hiring accountants. If you're not paying attention, and I put the word baseball in the ad, right? I would say, if you don't put baseball in the subject line in caps, I'm not even looking at this. Do you know it eliminated like 80% of the people? They were copying and pasting. Okay. So it's not easy and it's not simple. And especially when Larry said, oh, you need an organizational chart. You know how long I struggled with that? But little by little, it started, taking shape. And it's still taking shape. But now we have an accounting team. Okay? Catherine is the head of the accounting team. Mariko and Rona are heads of their own teams. So Catherine oversees them, and those two have their own team. They have a couple of full-timers, and now those people have interns. And now we have a marketing division. And I looked at this, I said, oh my God, 4 years ago, I was doing all this. How did I do it? Not very well.
Add something. I think Joe shared something to me last year, but I did my assignment. But this task is coming also from Larry. There's a sheet that you need to answer. Maybe soon we can share. That will you will put what you hate the most, what do you like the most. And I put there I hate bookkeeping, right? We hate bookkeeping, and then we like talking to people. We like this one. So from there you can start. What's the thing that you love to do, and then put a function. Function, you cannot replace the functions. And what I've learned, you have, of course, the admin, the operations, and the finance. That doesn't mean you have to put the name already. One by one, you will unleash, for example, me and good and sales. So I have to hire a hire manager, a VA, and so on and so forth. That's for me the structure that you to start. Just list out all your strengths and weaknesses. Hello, so this is my question. As a freelancer or solopreneur transitioning to become an agency owner, how will you position yourself or present yourself to your prospective clients that you are a business owner and you have someone who works with you? Sorry, I will answer because this one is also been talking about earlier with Mr. Job. When I'm starting, that's why I resigned to Bedrock because I have 10 clients that time. So the client knows I'm the one doing the bookkeeping. And my partner's doing the bookkeeping, and Luz is checking on that part. So Joe doesn't know that until I resign. But what I mean is I realize if the client is really your ideal client, you have to say, I have a team who can help me do this one. Imagine if the client needs to clean up for 1 year or 2 years, and they really need ASAP for the tax season. What if you said to the client, how about finishing in that task in 2 weeks? Sounds good, but I have a team who can help me do this one. So later on now, when I pitch to the client, I have a team. We. So that's, if you really want to transition, that's why, that's the hardest part when you're starting freelancer. Then you keep on hiding who's doing really the legwork. And the hardest part is the deliverables. I have an experience when the client checked the financial statement and I didn't check. And then somebody do it. And then in front of the client, I get screwed. Hi, you're fired. Because of, imagine. So first thing you have to learn and you will experience. It's a messy process, but something you really need to undergo.
So what I can add din, naalala ko when I was starting din as an agency owner, I would say that let me ask my finance manager. Oh, well, then let me ask my marketing manager. I'll talk to my team first and then I'll get back to you. So something like that. Pero that time, ako pa lang.
According to John's answer, right? I'll answer it. Okay. Sort of agency owner, right? Because at the beginning, when I'm working with the staff, with the intern, and the client called for meeting, and then the client asked, how did you do this? How did you do that? I don't know. But it's called, so I was shocked. So now I change strategy. Okay, even in it's still in if you work with me, you are supporting the income. You are bringing travel to people. So you can still I want to do. I'm working with an intern. You know what? I got this intern 2 times in our meeting. And actually, because yesterday, I got a proposal from $400. And then next week, I will another $400 per month. And it's done by my own intern. Can you imagine? So you can be, you can disclose it upon with the client. Okay, you can tell the client, I'm working with my intern, with my BA, is that okay with you? Because the problem is, if you are going to tell the client, I'm working on it by myself, and then you really don't know at the time of the meeting, then it's going to be a problem. Okay? Another thing, this happens because we keep saying keeping and not really like it. Now, I think it's keeping as well. Okay? Yes, it's true, but I'm really good at it. Okay, so one of my favorite books this week, sorry, we attended meeting, okay, with the client together. I think the client doesn't know that I have someone working for me. I told him, this is Zoom with me, and she asked, why you are doing charging? I said, that is my AI meeting. But it's not. No, you said tomorrow. Okay. So now after the meeting, the client said, okay, yes, so yes, I can do this. And you know, the outcome of that meeting, upset. Okay, and then she got into the hospital and she messaged me, so because my listen from me and I'm able to go on the run. It's I'm here. But you know, I took the challenge. You know, I stayed in the office and worked until 2 a.m. in the morning. This is the language I told I adjustment, and this comes now, okay? Then the next day, accountant came to work. She said that, I am concerned with the month of January. So then, you know, a formal communication, right? It's a business. And she said, it's because of the hours. And you know, she took responsibility and she finished at 11 p.m. Oh, yesterday, actually, the other day. And I told her, okay, good job. And then I just reviewed it and she did it well. So that means you also need to take someone for your team that knows how to take responsibility. And you as a leader as well, it's a double job actually. She's like, oh my God, she did it. She can spend her time with other jobs, right? But it's good because it's something for her. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Yes,
Hello, good afternoon once again. Philippine tax accountants are always confronted with complexities of Philippine tax laws, including a long list of horrible and unimaginable penalties. So, in the Philippines, you don't have only to be a accountant, you need to be a distinguished artist to make your financial statements. Anyway, my question is this. If you take, if we are going to freelancing and become a US tax preparer, what are the possible risks you are going to face in so far as taxation is concerned? And if you find gets penalized for something, how do you go for it?
So this is a good question. I actually get this a lot from students because there's a fear of what if I do something wrong? What if I make a mistake? And the truth is, accountants make mistakes all the time. It's the nature of the business. It's the client forgot to give us something. We literally overlooked something. The good thing about the US system is we can amend anything. And we amend stuff all the time. When we get new clients, I find a ton of mistakes from big accounting firms. Okay, Larry knows this. I got one of his smaller businesses, and I'm looking at like, oh my God, this guy just took what his assistant did. She's not a bookkeeper, and he just plugged it into the tax return. Okay, it wasn't like we had to go back and fix it, but that's the nature of what's going on in the accounting industry today. So when you go out there and you get clients, one of the first things we're going to do is look at the last couple of returns and make sure that they match the books. That's an opportunity to fix something, and it's a win-win. You get to charge the client, and I got one client like $41,000 back a couple of years ago. You think she was happy? Yeah. As far as if I make a mistake, I'm gonna own up to it, okay? I will pay whatever penalties my client incurs. To this day, I've never had to pay one of those penalties. It's not because I didn't make mistakes. I have, and the client got penalized. When they get penalized, there's something called reasonable cause. Okay? It's a legal thing. And you could have the penalty abated. One of the reasons is they relied on their account. And even if it was me, believe it or not, Larry, I would say, and I would own up to it. I'm their accountant. I tried to file the return on time. It got stuck in the system. It was late. They relied on me. I'm a professional. They have reasonable cause. And I actually have a template for this, which I'll share with anybody that's in Jumpstart. Now, as far as your personal liability, and I've done Facebook Live, accountants out there, literally, and I've worked for a couple of them, not knowing that they were criminals. Okay? Literally helping people evade taxes, money laundering, because guess what? Criminals need to have their taxes done. There's a famous gangster, Al Capone, right? They couldn't get him on murder, gambling, extortion. How did they get? An accountant got him on tax evasion. Okay? He got arrested for tax evasion. So from time to time, these jokesters come to us, and I know, because you can try to lie to me, but I'm an accountant. If the facts don't add up, there's something wrong. We don't take those clients. We don't do business with people that want us to commit crimes. And they, from time to time, we encounter that. Why? Because if I'm doing business with a criminal, what's going to happen? It's going to come back to me. And I'll tell you how. If they get in trouble, the IRS is going to say, oh, who's doing his return? Who else's returns are they doing? Okay? So I'm not taking that responsibility. Okay? But as far as if I have any personal liability, first of all, I'm a corporation. Okay? They would have to go after the corporation, but I also have a professional license. I'm going into a lot of details here, but the bottom line is I have never seen an ethical CPA get into any trouble. Okay? That's the truth.
So here's a question as a follow-up. In the businesses that I'm in, hotels, consulting, mentoring, I have what's called errors and omissions insurance, E&O insurance. Does that apply to accounting practices?
Yeah, it's out there, but my experience is it's working. It's working. If you're doing so in the United States, if I was doing certified audits, I would have them because there's a big risk. I don't do certified audits. I could get errors and omissions for taxes, but guess what they're going to ask you? And if one of my clients gets a penalty, they're going to ask me, have you tried to get the penalty abated? Have you done this? So I'm like, why am I going to pay for the insurance? I would rather just pay the penalty. Okay, but it is out there. You could get errors and omissions.
I'll add this and you can drop it, I think. Does that answer your question generally, Mike? As much as we hate the Internal Revenue Service in the US, I've traveled the world quite a bit. The good thing is, if it generally is just, a well-intended mistake, you're not going to go to jail and you can get the penalty reversed in the US. It's not like some places where you make that kind of mistake and you're going to jail. You know, there are some places in the world that are like that.
Thank you so much, Sir Michael, and of course our speakers. Okay, I have more questions from our. Okay, from John. John, when you come closer to address your question, please. My question is not related to the seminar, but I would want to ask Joe. Hello, sorry. My question is not actually related to the seminar, but I would like to ask Joe. I am interested to know if when he would be able to offer a course related to the US sales tax.
I was just talking to Michael about this. No, Sir Joe, I think. Sales taxes in the United States is actually the most complicated, convoluted tax there is. Right. It's not at the federal level. It's at the state level. And there's 50 different states and they all have different rules. Okay. And not only that, like in New York State, there's different rates based on what county you live in. Okay. In New York State, if you buy clothes for less than $100, there's no sales tax. Well, how am I supposed to know that if I'm the accountant, I'm just looking at the sales? Okay. Construction accounting is extremely complicated. So, yeah, people have asked me, am I going to do a course on sales tax? I don't think so. I don't, but I might do like an overview. Okay. Basics. Because why? E-commerce is big. And there's rules now that have never been in place. You know, who has to file? Who has to register in a different state? How do I keep track of this? Okay, so, yeah. And because a lot of people are asking for it, I don't think I really have a choice.
I'm just kidding, guys. Just kidding. So, thank you so much. So, what do you expect from Joe, of course, about service? Alright, so, the question is about the service. Questions, question, and I would like to address it. Guys, so, the question is, how to start this since all of us speak about direction. There's several programs that we expect at the early stage of starting up an agency, and how should we overcome it?
First of all, getting clients. So we really need to learn how to get clients, position ourselves na we're really experts. And kanina na-mention yung about bookkeeper. So dapat you need to learn how to position yourself na you have a premium personal brand. So that's what I also teach, yung talagang instead of selling to a lot of people, why not niche down on your service and niche down on your target market. So for example, you just target, I'm not sure if you're going to what do you call this? If you're going to agree with me. I'm not sure if you're going to agree with me, but niching down on clients can really help. For example, when you say on your LinkedIn that I help high ticket clients with their I don't know, accounting. When the high ticket client sees that, potentially he will send you a message. So there, that's the first challenge. And then of course, yung kanina nga yung having your own team. So simula, you really have to do it siguro muna unless you have a partner. And then maybe you can get interns then. So ayun, yun, two challenges.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yes,
Okay, I think that the biggest roadblock that we're gonna face is between these two ears. I'm just telling you, I think that we are gonna talk ourselves out of it. We've got this burning desire in our hearts to start our own agency. And then we realize this is the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not rich enough. I don't come from the right side of the tracks. We're going to have all this negative chatter in our head why we shouldn't do it. I promise you, if you've not been there yet, you will. And so then we're going to retreat. My friends, this is going to be hard. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. If you stick to it and you persevere, I promise you, as God is my witness, this is how you change the multi-generational curse of poverty, is by being tough, by persevering, by putting one dusty, bloody boot in front of the other and keep moving forward. It will be hard, I promise you, but it will be the most rewarding thing that you've ever done. Look at Mike, look at Sir Joe, look at Mary Ann, look at Cap. They have persevered, and now they're out serving bigger communities. Yes, it's going to be hard, but that's when you pick up the phone and call someone that's here and say, hey, I'm having a really tough time right now. I feel this roadblock. I don't know that I've got it in me to keep going. And then it's our job to be the cheerleader, to say, no, you got it, Belle. You can do this. Vivian, persevere. Remember when we were talking about this, right? Hey, Myrna, no, keep going. You got it. Does that make sense? Persevere, my friends. Drive on.
Okay, Coach, yeah. Players are suddenly very afraid, right? The moment Joe send me this YouTube, I can't forget this one. Every time you're afraid, I also share this one, the YouTube. Every time you feel afraid, that's the sign of growth. Why? Some of the people doesn't have fear. They don't entertain the growth. That the moment you're here, you're afraid to do the agency, that's the growth mindset. And if you will not do it, somebody will do it. So better do it now.
Yeah, first, I want to say, yeah, I agree with you, Pat, 100%, 1,000%. Niching is powerful. So if you say something like, oh, I help overweight women lose weight, okay, you'll get a couple of people. If you say I help overweight women that are having knee problems, you're going to get a lot more response. Why? Because you niche down to, hey, I'm having knee problems. Okay. I help restaurants that are having problems with their payroll. Every restaurant has problems with their payroll. Okay, but you're being specific. Now, that doesn't mean you can't take a trucking company but having that niche gives you an edge. Larry just a couple of weeks ago was like, do you have like a concentration, right, of clients? So I made a list. I said, oh my God, I have all of these coaches and consultants. You know, they're easy. They're easy to deal with. They don't have a lot of transactions. They don't have sales tax. Okay. Then I found out, oh, we have a lot of real estate people. Real estate is huge in the United States. So what am I doing? I'm making a landing page for coaches and consultants, a landing page for real estate people, because as far as they know, this guy's an expert in those things. Okay? Now, I'm doing this for years, for decades. But it took Larry to tell me, oh, you should do. I'm like, oh my God, why didn't I think of that? and I'll tell you why. You know, Larry said it. It's stuck in my brain. It's stuck in my brain. Sometimes, and this is why you need a mentor, you need people around you. But that's not enough. You have to be humble enough to say, I don't know what to do. I'm having a problem. I need help. I need help. And what Coach Yanyan is talking about, this is a video. I used to watch it every morning for about 10 years. Marianne Williamson, Our Deepest Fear. You're familiar with that, right? Guess what our deepest fear is? That we're not good enough. That we're not good enough. And what she ends with is, we're all God's children. Okay? And you're good enough. That's it. I got that stuck in my brain after 10 years of listening. Thank you.
I take a different approach. I love Marianne Williamson. She runs for president every 4 years in the United States. I'm not a fan of that. However, I'm a little more direct. And when one of the books I wrote, I approached the same topic and I said, I think I mentioned this back in October. How's it go? Here's the quote from the book. If we let other people talk to us the way we often talk to ourselves, we'd slap them. It's the same thing, but I'm a little more direct than Marianne Williamson. Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's very pretty. I'm not so pretty when it comes to that stuff. So, I'm sorry.
Balikan ko lang kasi discussion sa kasi hindi ko mapagsabahan. So, it's gonna be teaching. Okay, so next to choose ka. One of the Canada, Australia, Singapore, everywhere. It's so I started reset here and I have to reach down So, we easiest you can do. For me, I'm focusing on real estate and sports accounts. From that, I think it is digitalization, corporate tax. We are already creating the next reality for corporate certification. That should really corporate certification. So, yeah, it's like months for it. But because of that niching down. So you really want to niche down. I think niching down too. For the beginning, I got like recognitions everywhere. So when I got promoted from US terminated, the terminated, and I announced the police was working my things. So I changed my website, I changed everything again, my profile, and I buy them now. That's it. And niche down to FA, service-based, and sports academy. So it's really true. Go niche down. Honestly, it happened to me. It can happen to you. It might not work, but there is no harm in it. Try it. Thank you.
So we have two more questions and we'll end our Q&A session.
Let me ask this question. Ryan. If you don't mind, what's the first experience you have in freelancing?
We want to show that somebody in front of the client, because it makes me feel dumb. I know the work, but it so happened that I didn't check. That's my I neglect that.
So it's more of negligence.
Negligence. And that the worry that you mentioned that you're afraid that you do create a mistake. That's why we have a community to lessen the mistake. You can ask questions anytime. So maybe that's my answer to your questions.
That's a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, and one more question, and we'll end our Q&A session. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. I really learned a lot today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. This question is addressed to all of you. So, earlier we discussed about how to get the clients. But based on your experience, what are the best strategies to retain your ideal clients?
I love this question. What I teach our students is we're in a service business. Larry said 2 words one time, and it was serve first. And I was like, oh my God, I'm in a service business. I went home and I said, you know what? Because before that, I used to look at how many hours am I spending? What am I making? If it's not at my rate, the rate that I want, I either got to get rid of them or raise the rate. No, I went home and I said, what can I do for my clients without even thinking about the money? Take money out of the equation and just serve them. Do you know that my revenue went up by 60% that year? Because when I started doing that extra work, they wanted more. They want, can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? And I was like, oh my God, this is simple. This is simple.
Yeah, for me, the lesson that I've learned since I started freelancing is don't burn bridges, like what I did to Bedrock. Imagine if I didn't show up and both Joe and Bedrock, we don't have this kind of jumpstart, right? So what I mean is, I also have learned, that's why I deal clients. So if so manage expectation, this is my word for 2024. Manage expectations. Every time you talk to someone, if you cannot do it, that's why you have a collaborative. If I cannot do it, you can refer to someone. So that the relationship is still there, and just in case the client will get your services again, at least you're on good terms. That's retention, you cannot say because you don't know the business as well of your clients. I have a client who called me before Christmas because there's no income. So even I want to retain that client, I cannot do it. Right? I don't have a control. You can control the relationship to the client.
I like the question as well. Do you know what one of the top probably three most costly parts of running a business is? Like, there's a lot, right? But the number one is client acquisition. So once we get the client, why would we not want to retain them? And that's what all the people are teaching how to get new clients. How about how to retain clients? That's the most important part. Once you get them in the door, you need to hang on to them. So what Joe is saying, serve them, offer value beyond what you're contracted to do, right? If you can offer expertise, say, hey, I know I'm only doing this, this, and this, but you know what? I see this in your business, and here's the best practices I'm seeing from other clients, and I just want to bring this to your attention, right? And when you start doing that, by the time it's time to raise your rates, they'll be glad to accept. Because, you know, hopefully these are 10-year, 15-year clients that you end up having, right? And so every so often you should be saying, hey, if I raise my rate by 10% or 15%, am I going to lose any of my clients? I do this all the time. Joe has seen this in action where I say, hey, it's time to raise your rates. And people are like, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose clients. Well, not if you're offering value. You're not going to. So over deliver, I guess is my point, right? So you retain them by fulfilling the promise you've given them to begin with, offering more value than you promised. And by the way, when you do lose a client, call them and find out why. Like you need to call them. Have someone else, use the business owner, call them and say, hey, clearly this isn't working out, Sergio. What happened? How did we fall short? What's it going to take to win your business back? So that's what I would suggest. Here comes the real fact.
I agree with all of you. It's the same. Just like what I mentioned during my talk earlier, I said to be the best solutions provider. So that's how you can do it. Be the best solutions provider. You were hired for a reason. You were hired because you're the expert. So be the expert that they need. Give them advice. Give them solutions so that they'll keep coming back.
Just sending a birthday card.
No, I think, you know, we're kind of laughing at that. I think that it's right. Again, if you're, remember I said earlier, there's a difference between a customer and a client. What's a client? It's a relationship. When it's unexpected, you do anything like that. They're like, oh my gosh, I'm not just somebody who's paying a bill to them every single month. They mean something to me, right? Same thing with your team members. Hey, congratulations on the birth of your child. Congratulations on your kids graduating from high. There was a period, what we used to do in my hotel company is anyone who had a kid graduating from high school, we paid for a laptop for them to go off to college, right? I mean, doing things like that, it builds the relationship.
Now we're going to have the exchange and sir Frank. Sorry guys, but this is the last one.
This is just a small question, Sergio. This regarding the AI. Is threatening the freelance activity of the bookkeeper and accountant. What do you think about that? What's the question? AI.
How is artificial intelligence?
Okay, so I look at, when I saw AI, I said, oh my God, this is like when they came out with QuickBooks. All the accountants were afraid of it. I embraced it. And I got to tell you, I went from having a part-time business, and with that meant I had enough clients to keep me busy for 2 days. And the other 3 days, I rented myself out to other accounting firms. When I started doing QuickBooks training, within 6 months, I had 4 full-time people. I had an office, and my business actually imploded. Okay? And I'm like, I'm going to do the same thing with AI. I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to learn it, and I'm going to offer it to my clients. And I'm going to tell my team to start using it. I promised everybody a free resource, and nobody remembered to remind me. Okay? I'm gonna give it to you now. It's called taxbuzz.com. Okay? There's a free version. I have the paid version. Okay? It has saved me so much time. Okay, so when a client, I had a student call me and ask me some complicated questions. And I was like, I didn't tell her I'm on TaxBuzz. And I'm like, oh, this, and I sounded like a genius. And then I said, you know what? Just download TaxBuzz. So, yeah, it's gonna have an impact on the whole world. Definitely accounting and bookkeeping, but my advice is to learn it, embrace it, use it, and don't make it a secret. Don't make it, because in the end, this is what accountants in the United States have forgotten. We're in a service business. When they came out with TurboTax, people could do their own tax. You know how many clients I've gotten because of TurboTax? Wait, would they rather talk to a computer or talk to a person? AI is a machine. In the end, they want somebody to say, hey, I really care about you. That's what the American business owner wants. They want to know that I care about them. They're not getting that from AI. Anyone else?
That was want to kind of put an exclamation point on that last phrase that you just made there. The spirit of hospitality in the United States is dying, which is why we love the Philippine culture so much. I would capitalize on that if I were you folks. All right, just having this human element that I care, I want you to succeed, and so I'm going to bring my hospitable spirit to you. It is worth so much, particularly in the U.S. It's dying, and so you guys can be the salve to the wound, So thank goodness Joe is building this community here.
All right, thank you so much for our lovely sponsor, his brother. Thank you very much, seats. And thank you so much for our conference for addressing the question to our speakers. And we have more other session tomorrow. So then we're able to address your questions. And a question that we have our patients that's just that we know the class and we won't forget it, okay? Parang wala nang energy. Yeah. Okay, so parang marami ka bukas. Okay, so much and make sure that tomorrow. And the session. So we're doing and then when I was the video, I can but if you're already I can register. So this okay. Start and then after so those after the book several the side, okay? And so that's an older yeah. So then we have learner is applications for the and so pagpapit ka sa mga clients mo. And then, And so, so that today, the simple and introduce package, the email to all the countries, so we will send it to you in full, okay? And then, there's, so, and so the ship logo, and then so for those of attend our workshops, it was the beginning of I think we launch it like March. So we went award tomorrow. I want and so so there's one tomorrow. We should also a lot of just tomorrow. So our picture okay, so for the very well attendees. But first, let's close this with a word of prayer. So let's all bow on our heads and let's pray. Let's pray. The Father, such a productive and successful and full of knowledge and a retiring round of the grand launch of the Jumpstart Community Grand Launch. Lord, for the release of sponsor for coaching for that so everything for the budget and for all the attendees there. Lord, we are very to that way our so that will help us learn our way and become become that way time. Yes, that's what we can. About in the blessing this all also for all the glory says Jesus name. And okay, Rocky this time. Rocky. Okay. Okay, Rocky. Let's go jumpstart. They want